Chapter 902. The multicolored mask covered her peerless face. Multicolored light flowed around her. Paired with a pair of limpid eyes, there was a different kind of charm. The winged phoenix walked forward with a slender and graceful figure. "Greetings, Brother Yi." She spoke calmly, but her eyes no longer had the arrogance of the past. She had put away all of her pride. Yi Fan returned the greeting. He didn't hate the past. In the past, the princess of the Wind clan was as proud as a little phoenix. She held her head high and didn't spare anyone a glance. Her style and attitude were related to the environment she grew up in. The Saint Lord of the Wind clan sighed inside. They could have been very close to Yi Fan. In the next 10,000 years, the entire eastern wasteland and the world would belong to them and be branded with the Wind clan's brand. But now, it was too late to say anything. This was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Naturally, there were all kinds of people. Many people and ancients stopped to watch, and many people were discussing in low voices. This is the Wind clan's princess, a pearl of the eastern wasteland. She was found to have rare talents since she was young, and her cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, she was too arrogant and looked down on all men. She made a wrong decision in the past. You're talking about the matter of her rejecting the marriage alliance, right? Otherwise, a great completion saint physique would be tied to the Wind clan's war chariot. Now, Yi Fan has caught up and is on par with the ancient emperor's son. His future is glorious, and no one can stop him. Although she is a genius, she is still a bit lacking. The Wind Phoenix heard these discussions and clenched her fists. Her slender and smooth fingers were a bit white, but in the end, she sighed and was filled with a sense of helplessness. Now, who in the same generation could compete with Yi Fan? Only the ancient emperor's son was undefeatable. He had long since stood at the peak of the younger generation. This time, only people like Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm Daoist, the celestial prince, and Huang Shudao were qualified to enter the Central Plains ancestral shrine. This was the recognition of the world and was on par with the ruler of the divine dynasty. As for the other people of their generation, no matter how talented they were, they had to carve out a bloody path for themselves and compete for the qualifications to enter. Phoenix was no exception. It had only been a dozen or so years, but Yi Fan was already able to stand on equal footing with all the Saint Masters. No matter where he was already on equal footing, and seniority was not a problem at all. Moreover, this was only a change in status. In terms of cultivation, even the Saint Lords would have to lower their heads. This was a height that was difficult for people of the same generation to reach. The Wind Phoenix felt a wave of bitterness. When did this type of change happen? Even her grandfather, a great lord of a generation, had to walk side by side with Yi Fan. Even his words became much more careful, and he no longer acted high and mighty. This was a powerful blow to her. Can we use so much Yama soil? Yi Fan turned around and asked Duanda. Fatty Duan was the same as the large black dog. Once he saw something good, he couldn't move. It was very difficult to make him spit it out when it was in his hands. He shook his head repeatedly and said it was barely enough. When Yi Fan heard this, he knew that there was definitely a lot of it that couldn't be used up. This shameless bastard wanted to stuff his pockets and hide it for future use. Immediately, he broke off a small piece and handed it to the Wind tribe's patriarch. The vendor's cultivation was not high, and his skill in tool forging could not be considered profound, but he still had good judgment. He had long since understood that the Wind tribe was interested in his materials, and not the finished product. He smiled bitterly as he watched the palace made of blood mud being pinched open just like that. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The Wind Phoenix received the Yama soil and stood with her grandfather. She watched in a daze as Yi Fan and the others left, various emotions surging in her heart. Every step on the path of cultivation is very difficult. The Wind tribe's Saint Master sighed softly. The valley was very spacious, and there were many stalls. There were also some floating palaces that belonged to the various great corporations. They were selling all kinds of precious materials here. It could be said that the influence of the central state's ancestral temple was really too great. A man with a head of long blue hair stood in front of them. He had an extraordinary aura, and he was facing Yi Fan and the others alone. It was as if he was a divine mountain that was lying there. His eyes were very bright like two divine lamps, and it was as if he could see through the souls of others. His physique was strong and slender, and it was masculine and powerful. A ring of divine light seeped out and enveloped his body. It could be said that this man was outstanding. Some people could be seen at a glance even if they stood in a boundless sea of people. Without a doubt, the man in front of them was like this. He transcended above the masses and attracted countless gazes. He had the bearing of an emperor, and he was like an immortal ancient god. Fire Qilin's son. Even though he had never seen him before, Yi Fan immediately guessed that this was the son of the Fire Qilin Cave's ancient emperor. His aura was even stronger than that of Yuan Gu and could be compared to that of the monkey. That was the blood of the ancient emperor. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but in Yi Fan's ears, it was like a roaring tsunami. He felt a powerful potential, as if a great emperor was hibernating in his body and could revive at any time. Yama soil. He spat out these words. He was actually going to take action for this rare material and blocked their path. The son of the ancient emperor was extremely terrifying, and he was much stronger than the 8th generation of the Yuan emperor. The monkey's terrifying bloodline power was not an exception, and the true princes were all like this. In the eastern wasteland, inside the Supreme Mystery Sect, the 108 main peaks had a myriad of phenomena. There was purple mist rising, and this was a sign that a great sect was at its peak. A blue-robed man stood outside the Supreme Mystery Sect. He was like a banished immortal as he gazed at the 108 main peaks and stared at the most magnificent of them all. Goodbye, Xingfeng, who gave birth to me and raised me. I will go on a long journey. If I can return alive, I will make the Supreme Mystery Sect rule over the entire ancient planet. I will break the chains of fate and fight with my blood. I will eventually return. Hua Yunfei said in a low voice. He then muttered to himself, let the world humiliate me, hate me, and bully me. One day, I will destroy everything. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, a sigh came from the noble peak. A voice rang in his ear. Come back. Hua Yunfei was shocked. He quickly retreated and quickly went far away. He said, no, I will wash away everything and kill all my enemies. In the Yaoguang Holy Land, in front of a black cauldron, a young man stood alone. His hands were behind his back, and his black hair was loose. He gazed into the distance at the central plains. His eyes were deep, as if he was overlooking the chess game of the world. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron flashed with lightning and thunder, emitting strands of divine might. However, it did not harm the man in the slightest. It was as if the cauldron was naturally one with him. Others could not get close, but he was not one of them. Yao Guang's holy sun revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. In the end, he disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he sat on the throne that only sacred leaders of Yaoguang could sit on. No one in the huge palace said anything. In the eastern wasteland, there was an ancient palace that was built from the skulls of kings. There were also holy bones that covered the ground and flickered with immortal light. This was the human world. An old voice traveled over. It was like the demonic voice of the 9 underworlds, making people tremble. This palace has always been lacking something. I have thought about it again and again. The only thing missing is the skull of a holy body. Please do not worry, killing saint. We will definitely take his head and not let him escape again. We will wash away the humiliation and make the murderous aura of this palace even stronger. Almost at the same time, the murmur of a demon came from the ancient palace in hell. The murderous aura swept across the past and the present like a surging ocean. Proving the Tao by killing, in the north region, on a tall mountain, the heavenly prince looked down at the middle state. His eyes were cold, and he laughed coldly. I'm coming. On this day, the various tribes of the 10,000 ancient races and the territories of the great sage of the human race were all in high spirits. Their elites moved out together and hurried to the middle state. In the valley outside the ancestral vein of the middle state, the large black dog bared his teeth, and said, "You want to fight against us alone? My elder brother doesn't mean that." Huolin appeared. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind like the essence of the sea. Her skin was as white as jade, and she was as beautiful as a jade statue. She was the only daughter of an ancient emperor. Her bloodline was noble, and she had already walked very far on the path of cultivation. Her strength was unfathomable. There were countless pairs of eyes watching from the various ancient tribes. Even the great sage Hunchuo had proposed marriage for his great-great-grandson. The young elites of the various tribes and the king tiers with the greatest potential all wanted to form a marriage alliance. Is that so? I feel that he wants to exercise his muscles with us. I don't mind accompanying him. The monkey said forcefully. Brother Yi, holy imperial prince, we meet again. Huolin's smile was very enchanting. The corners of her lips were curved, and her snow-white teeth shimmered in contrast with her red lips. She exuded an intoxicating elegance, and her long blue hair shone like ripples of water. Yi Fan returned the greeting. One wouldn't hit someone who was smiling at him. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the Fire Qilin cave was extremely terrifying. There were 2 children of the ancient emperor's direct line of descent here, which was very frightening. However, the Fire Qilin Z was very indifferent, and he didn't seem to have any good feelings towards them. They had come here because they had received a report that there was Yama soil here. It was a pity that Yi Fan and the others had obtained it first. Sigh, we are actually allies. In the end, we ascended the same altar at the same time. Huolin's smile was very brilliant. She said that a powerful ancient king in the tribe had seen a corner of the future when he passed away, and they had fought together. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that there were people who had crossed the domain of stars and left this world with him this time? What kind of people were they? It was difficult to determine if they were friends or foes. They definitely couldn't bring the chaos of war to the other shore. Actually, we don't have any other intentions in coming here. If we really end up clashing with each other after entering, let's not kill each other, said Huolin. She didn't ask for more Yama soil and left with her brother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Central Continent's ancestral vein opened, and various heroes appeared. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Jiang Huiran, and the others chose to stay outside in the end. This was the old assassin Qi Luo's warning, and it was also the order of the 13 great bandits. It was clear that they had all realized something, and it was best not to take risks if they could avoid entering. That was because there were already a few powerful figures who had fallen in the qualification battle alone. Those who could enter were definitely fierce individuals, and the ancient temple was filled with dense Yin energy. It was truly terrifying. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, the monkey, Duanda, the Black Emperor, the old blind man, Qi Luo, and the others traveled together. Even Tu Tian didn't enter. The goddess furnace and underworld soul-suppressing pagoda were naturally brought along with them. Wait a moment, there's still me. The barbarian appeared. He hurried over from the southern mountains and met up with them. He secretly informed them that he had brought the Wolf Fang Club, a flawless sacred weapon. Extreme Dao weapons and several sacred weapons accompanied them. This immediately boosted the courage of the group and made them fearless. At the final juncture, Ji Ziyue appeared and insisted on joining the group. She said softly to Yi Fan, "I want to send you off." The ancient ancestral temple had been sealed for more than 200 years, and now, someone finally stepped inside. Apart from the main entrance, there were many small doors lined up side by side, and all of them could be entered. People fought to be the first to enter. The first batch of people that entered numbered in the hundreds, and all of them were experts. However, at this moment, something extremely terrifying happened. Miserable cries rose and fell. The entire ancestral temple became even darker, and pairs of eyes lit up. More than half of those who entered died. Their bodies were all shriveled up and turned into human skin. Even their bones had been eaten by something. Not good. Fatty Duan's expression immediately sank. Chapter 903. The dusky Heaven Ascension Ancestral Temple grew even darker at this moment. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. After the miserable screams, there was only deathly silence. Everyone halted their steps as their bodies turned cold. Floated out. Finally, someone trembled as he pointed to the front. His face was filled with terror. That was a human skin floating in the air. It was like a piece of paper with no weight at all as it floated down to the ground below their feet. It was as though the human skin had been flattened. Their facial features were deformed and filled with malevolence. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just entered the temple and a group of people died at the same time. This ancient temple was far more sinister than what they had imagined. Where was the flesh and blood? Where were the bones? Why did they all disappear? Only the human skin seemed to be intact. What happened exactly? What kind of evil spirit was there exactly? Through the temple gate, one could see numerous pairs of eyes flickering in the darkness. After that, they gradually dimmed before vanishing into the depths of the temple. This caused people to feel a chill. The ancient temple was extremely bizarre and difficult to see through. They couldn't see clearly what was inside. Many people were trembling. This was just the temple gate. Only heaven knew what else was in the depths of the darkness. It had been shrouded in demonic mist for over 200,000 years, nobody knew what had happened. I give up, I'm not going in anymore. Many people decisively made their decision. Divine treasures might be valuable, but if they lost their lives, that would truly be lamentable. Some people were very straightforward and left the group, walking back. No one mocked them. Knowing when to give up was also a kind of realm, a kind of intelligence. There's no lack of second-level Immortal Foundation characters among those who died. Someone sighed. Behind them, there were even more people watching as they all frowned. Some old men squatted on the ground and observed the human skin. They didn't see any flaws, not even a wound. These people seemed to have shed a layer of skin and underwent a transformation, their true bodies vanishing. They must have died. That fluctuation of divine sense earlier was the final struggle of their primordial spirits. Someone spoke with certainty. Although something strange happened, it was impossible for people to stop here. Some people had cold expressions on their faces as they took out their own treasures. The treasures hovered above their heads, illuminating the surroundings as they walked resolutely towards the ancient temple. Their weapons flickered with divine splendor. Streaks of splendor descended from above their heads, illuminating the path ahead and illuminating everything inside the temple. It was completely empty, nothing at all. Us cultivators, if we want to succeed, we must advance courageously. How can a trifling ancient temple block our path? An old man said in a deep voice. He and the others quickly disappeared into the darkness. This time, there were no screams. They quickly passed through the first academy and disappeared into the darkness. The ancient temple was really strange. The second floor seemed to cover up everything. The people outside could not hear any sound or see any light. It was as if the two sides were completely isolated. Many people were watching from the sidelines, wanting to see if it was good or bad before making a decision. However, right now, it was hopeless. Just waiting wasn't a solution at all. Because, if those people succeeded, they would definitely clean out all the rare materials and they wouldn't be able to get anything. Let's go. Since we've come all the way here, we can only go on our own. Otherwise, it would be too regretful. More people chose to move forward, unwilling to fall behind others. Because this was the ancestral temple of the #1 god dynasty of the Desolate Era. It was fine if there were no magical artifacts inside, but if there were any, it would definitely be a world-shocking divine artifact. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Monkey, and the others also walked towards the temple gate. The Black Emperor first confirmed that there were no killing arrays inside the temple gate, and then he let Duanda walk at the front. It could be said that this was his domain, and no one else could compare to him. This is a temple world, it's vast and boundless. After Duanda entered, his expression immediately became gloomy. From the outside, it looked like an ancient temple, but after entering, they discovered that this was a terrifying group of small worlds. Each courtyard was a world, connected together, and it was magnificent to the extreme. One couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Yuhua god dynasty was really generous. In the past, there must have been an existence with unparalleled magical power who didn't hesitate to exhaust his source energy to evolve so many small worlds. The so-called ancestral temple was unfathomable. Even if there is a wall separating us from the courtyard, if we don't enter, we won't know what happened on the other floor of the ancient temple because there is actually a small world between us. Duanda continued. Everyone discovered that it was impossible to fly over, let alone climb over the wall. There was a spatial enchantment, unless one shattered the vacuum and blasted it open. However, no one dared to be rash in such a place. In the past, the Yuhua god dynasty ruled half of the central continent. If their most sacred place was destroyed, only God knew what kind of shocking changes would happen. This is equivalent to a maze. It's so vast, there are so many ancient temples, and so many small worlds that are connected. At the end, we might get lost. The big black dog said, solemnly reminding everyone. In front of them, it was pitch black. The courtyard was quiet and silent. No one spoke. Everyone held their breaths and focused as they walked towards the second floor step by step. On the ground, there were pieces of human skin scattered over a large area. Clearly, the first batch of people had almost all died. All of them were spread out on the ground like ferocious scrolls. The blind old man said, "The Yuhua god dynasty is very mysterious. Legend has it that many of their enemies directly ascended when they died, evaporating from the world. Occasionally, they would leave behind beards and hair." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Only a piece of skin was left. The blood and bones had disappeared, but there wasn't much of a difference. It was really as if they had ascended in a strange ancient temple. It was terrifying. Whoosh! A snow orchid on Duanda's body lit up. It turned from pure white and flawless to crimson like blood, emitting a demonic light in the darkness. At this moment, they had already arrived in front of the courtyard door of the second floor. Most of the second batch of people who entered are also dead. Only the thick smell of blood can cause the snow orchid to change color. He said solemnly. He squatted down to examine carefully and discovered a few strands of blood flowing out from the gap of the closed door. Everyone's hair stood on end. Those who entered just now were all powerhouses, and there was no lack of supreme mighty figures. Could it be that they all died? Creak, creak. From a distance, Duanda pushed open the door of the second floor with his divine power. In an instant, the pungent smell of blood rushed over. It was pitch black inside, and it was deathly quiet. They sucked in a cold breath of air. Apart from the human skin that covered the ground, there were many snow-white bones that were dyed with wisps of blood. There were also many pieces of flesh that were torn apart, and quite a few intestines and other things flowed out. It was an incomparably bloody scene, too horrible to look at. Those who just went in are all dead. Ordinary people had turned into human skin. Those older generation powerhouses were powerful. After struggling and resisting, they were all torn apart by something. Duanda pinched a pitch-black flower between his fingers. It looked like it grew in the netherworld, and it actually affected one's soul and made them want to fly in involuntarily. This was the dead spirit flower, and it grew in the pit of 10,000 people. It had the heaviest Yin aura. He shook his hand and threw the dead spirit flower in. The pitch-black flower landed in the courtyard, and there was no change. It didn't move at all, and it was the same even after a long time. It's not a dead spirit or a ghost. There's something alive here. Duanda said solemnly. There was something alive in an ancient temple that had been sealed for more than 200,000 years? This news was shocking, explosive. Yi Fan and the others' expressions were all shaken. Let's go. Yi Fan walked in the front. The myriad qi cauldron hung above his head, and streams of source qi fell down, protecting him tightly. Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed, and she followed closely beside him. The monkey also stepped forward with the pitch-black iron rod in his hand, and also stepped into the courtyard. It was still quiet, and there was no sound in the courtyard. It was deathly silent, and only the shattered bones and flesh were shocking to the eye. When they all entered, there was only the sound of breathing. Suddenly, a mournful scream broke the silence. An incomparably terrifying aura was released above their heads, and it rushed towards the top of their heads. This unforeseen event was too sudden, and they actually didn't sense anything just now. The terrifying danger appeared suddenly, and there was a living existence that was causing trouble. The moment they raised their heads, their scalps went numb. On the tall courtyard wall, and under the pitch-black eaves, there were corpses hanging one after another. Their hair was disheveled, and at this moment, they all opened their eyes, and like green lamps, they all fell down head first. Damn it, grave robber, didn't you say there were no malicious spirits? What are these things? The big black dog barked, and all the fur on its body stood up. Because its movements were slow, it was as if it was carrying a demonic mountain on its back, and also as if it was pressed down by a ghost, unable to move. It was the same for the others. Their movements were very slow, and it was difficult for them to move quickly. Meanwhile, those terrifying existences that were like hanged ghosts swooped down, and grabbed at their heads. F***ck, all of you, die for me. Pang Bo was very fierce. He directly took out the goddess furnace that he borrowed from Yen Ishi, opened the lid, and burned it with divine flames. Mournful screams resounded through the courtyard, and waves of charred smell spread out. The things hanging upside down on the eaves all had disheveled hair, and their eyes were ferocious and frightening. They actually all stretched out demon-like flesh wings, and rushed into the sky. With flames circling around them, they screamed miserably, and it was incomparably horrifying. The more mournful their screams were, the slower everyone's movements became. The old blind man said, "Cut off their sound waves, don't let them touch our bodies." Everyone came to their senses, and they all did as he said. Immediately, their movements returned to normal, and there was no longer the slightest bit of sluggishness. Pang Bo shouted, "I don't care what you guys are. Today, I'll shoot you all down." He used the goddess furnace like an anti-aircraft cannon, shooting out ball after ball of terrifying flames. This was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through generations, and the flames contained within were naturally incomparably powerful. After burning down several dozen charred bodies, they almost didn't look like anything. What exactly are these things? Everyone looked towards Duanda and asked. Don't blame me. You guys have also seen that they have life, and they are living beings, not ghosts. Duanda squatted down, and carefully observed. Then, he walked under the eaves, and looked towards the pitch-black ancient hall. He shuddered, because there were many of these things inside. I know, these are the descendants of the Yin god. There must be a peerless great calamity in the depths of the temple. Duanda's expression changed, and his expression was even uglier than when he saw the will of a god. What are the descendants of the Yin god? Everyone didn't understand. They were incomparably powerful when they were alive, and after death, their divine bodies were immortal. They were coincidentally buried in the Yin eye of the earth veins, and after countless years, there would be a day when this corpse would come back to life. Of course, it had nothing to do with when they were alive. This was a new life form, a brand new beginning. It could also be understood as the highest level of corpse transformation. This was a life born from the extreme of death, and it could be said to be a heaven-defying miracle. If they learned to cultivate, they would gradually become unrivaled. This kind of existence was a brand new life form, and it could also give birth to descendants. The group of living beings in front of them were the descendants of the Yin god. Of course, the power of their bloodline was very thin. When they saw people or other living beings, they could directly imprison their movements and suck out all the blood and flesh from their bodies. It was the most terrifying thing. Chapter 904. That is to say, there are at least 2 incomparable Yin deities in the depths of this ancient temple, one male and one female. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Apart from the undying divine medicine, all life will die one day. These creatures' bloodline power is already so thin, so countless years must have already passed. Those 2 Yin deities should have returned to the yellow earth. Duanda came to this conclusion after careful observation. I hope so. Everyone still felt a shadow in their hearts and didn't feel at ease. There were many doors in the ancient temple, and the small world's courtyards were mostly interconnected. They noticed that some people had already entered the 3rd or 4th floor of the temple, so they couldn't help but quicken their steps. When they pushed open the 5th courtyard, a resplendent and radiant expanse appeared in front of them. There were some people who stopped here. There were a few ancient stone engravings that were shining on their own. It might be the scriptures and insights of the ancient saints. They are priceless treasures. Let's go take a look. In the main hall, those engravings were all releasing endless light. There were several powerful figures standing there. Their bodies and minds were empty, as if they were intoxicated. Their bodies released the aura of the great Tao. It's an ancient scripture. Could it be carved by the great human emperor? These people have merged with the Tao. It is truly mysterious and unfathomable. It makes one feel reverence. Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others were astonished. They quickly walked forward. However, the weak wind produced by their footsteps caused an unforeseen event to take place in front of them. Those people scattered like fireworks, turning into a rain of light. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful as their bodies turned into light fragments. What happened? They were all stupefied. They felt a chill run from head to toe, and they quickly stopped their steps. Did they ascend to immortality? Those people were absent-minded. Their bodies were ice-cold. This ancestral temple was too strange. The main hall was incomparably spacious. Those ancient characters and symbols were glistening and releasing strand after strand of divine multicolored light. This place was filled with a divine aura, but it was also extremely strange. Those heroic lords melted away just like that. Their deaths were unclear, and they turned into dust under the brilliant multicolored light. It was as if they ascended to immortality, and there were even sounds of Tao ringing. This place was extremely quiet. No one made a sound, and no one walked forward. Those brilliant stone engravings seemed to possess a demonic nature that made their bodies go cold. Creak. The courtyard's door was pushed open, and more people came in. They cried out in alarm when they saw the engraved diagrams. Several elders all rushed over. The 5 of them came from 2 great sections. Their sect masters didn't come, leaving the spots for several supreme elders who were about to leave this world. These people weren't ordinary people. They quickly rushed over, not paying any attention to Yi Fan and the others. They stood in front of the profound and unfathomable Great Hall's walls, observing the insights of those predecessors. In that instant, they were all stupefied, as if they were immersed within. Then, streak after streak of ripples overflowed. Every single one of them harmonized with the Tao and quickly entered the state of being one with the world. Streaks of blood-colored divine chains that resembled the feathers of immortal phoenixes blossomed around their bodies. This place was auspicious and peaceful to the extreme, not the slightest bit of killing intent. All things coexisted, auspicious energy surging. However, Yi Fan and the others felt like this was too divine. These people were just too talented. How could they immediately enter the Tao? It's over, they've all melted, and will also become an expanse of Tao rain. The old blind man sighed. Sure enough, the large black dog opened his large mouth and blew out a breath of air. Those 5 elders all scattered, turning into specks of light rain. It was extremely dazzling, and there was a type of charm to it, causing this place to become more and more holy. They saw everything from start to finish, and they were even more shocked than before. It was just a stone engraving, yet they directly turned into specks of light, evaporating from the world. It was absolutely shocking. Is this a divine ancestral temple? Why do I feel like it's a demonic palace? Pang Bo was incredibly bewildered. He held the goddess furnace in his hand, and really wanted to blast it over. The resplendent great hall was so strange, and that wall was horrifying. None of them went over, and only Duanda looked over from the corner of his eye. He placed the heaven-devouring demon on top of his head, and gave it a few glances from the distance. Then, he quickly carved a few symbols on the ground, and they were all copied from the stone wall. This is a type of great Tao symbol. The Black Emperor was experienced and knowledgeable, immediately recognizing it. He then pricked up his large black ears, and said, however, it's very strange. It doesn't seem like something good. It was at this moment that a few more people rushed in. They were similarly famous elders of great sects, and their strength was great. They directly rushed in front of the stone engraving. Danger! Yi Fan and the others warned loudly this time, but those people only turned around to give them a look, and didn't leave. No. Only an elder released a loud cry in the end, but it was already too late. Half of his body turned into a rain of light, and his primordial spirit turned into light, completely evaporating. Did you guys notice that the rain of light all entered the stone wall? It seems to be absorbing their cultivation, the monkey suddenly said. Yi Fan nodded, and said, that's right, there are grooves on the wall, and the rain of light moved along the patterns, entering the shrine at the center. At the center of the great hall, there was a stone person worshipped. It was less than half a foot tall, and it sat there with its legs crossed. It looked like a Buddha, but also like an old farmer. It was extremely crude, and it was difficult to make out its true appearance. This place is really strange. It can't be that this stone person will come back to life, right? Even the large black dog was bewildered. He had lived for endless years, yet he had never seen such a strange thing. This couldn't possibly be the comprehension of the predecessors at all. Although it was very peaceful, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was not a good place. They didn't stop, and after carving the word danger on the ground, they continued forward. However, after this, there would definitely be a shining shrine in every level of the temple that worshipped a stone statue that was half a foot tall. The carvings were incredibly crude, and they were all the same divine statue. There were also many people who died here. Oh no, this time, who knows how many people will die inside. They'll all be absorbed by the thing inside the shrine. They were a bit scared. Could it be that there really was a divine spirit here? This was too strange. It's fine. After a group of people die, the people behind will find out sooner or later, and it won't cause a great disaster, the old blind man said. Those that could enter were not pushovers, and on the contrary, there were many that were even more cunning than ghosts. I'm a bit uneasy. Putting aside the question of whether there are gods or not, just the stone person inside the shrine is enough to make me feel uneasy. Do you guys think that it will come back to life when the time comes? Pang Bo spoke up. GZ's cheeks were as white as jade, her long eyelashes trembled, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. She said, I've seen some records in the ancient books of my family. The stone person seems to be the ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty, and it might be a great emperor of the human race, but it has existed for too long, so it's hard to say whether it has actually appeared or not. Yi Fan had just returned from the western desert not long ago, and when he heard her words, his heart instantly trembled. When it came to ancient great emperors, everything would be very mysterious. He thought of the matter of everyone in the western desert chanting, Amitba, accumulating boundless psyche power. And this stone person forcefully stripped a person of everything. It wasn't as simple as just psyche power, it also included their essence, chi, spirit, and flesh. More than 200,000 years ago, this kind of shrine must have covered more than half of the Central Plains. He shook his head forcefully. Did the Yuhua god dynasty want to ascend to the heavens themselves, or did they want to let countless living beings ascend to become a person? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. The blind old man said, this place is the highest secret of the Yuhua god dynasty, their supreme temple. Perhaps many secrets will be revealed, but it is most likely filled with danger. Even if they have been destroyed for more than 200,000 years, we must still be careful. They passed through the 10 levels of the ancient temple and officially arrived at the 11th level. It was completely different from before, it had become a true temple small world, and from this level onwards, it was vast and boundless. From the outside, it was just a palace, but after entering, they discovered that this ancient land seemed to have no end. In the darkness, there were pairs of eyes flashing. What is that? Pang Bo was surprised. Ancient beasts, huge ancient beasts. The barbarians lived in the dense forest all year round, so they were very sensitive to the aura of all kinds of ferocious beasts. The 11th level of the temple's small world, there were ancient trees, mountains, and even grass. There was no sunlight, so it was unknown how they grew. Yi Fan and the others saw a few huge ferocious beasts. Their bodies were covered in scales, they looked like cheilants, but also like gods. They looked strange and extremely malevolent. These are the descendants of the divine beasts that protected the temple. They actually survived generation after generation, and each of them is very terrifying. The blind old man said. This temple small world was vast and boundless, there was an environment suitable for them to live in. A few of them let out roars, bringing with them a fishy wind as they pounced over. They actually had the power to split mountains and split the sky. Black Emperor, bite them. Duanda's mouth was cheap, but in the end, he was bitten by the dogs first. Bang! The monkey swung his cudgel and swept out, instantly turning two of the beasts into a bloody mess. Their bones broke. These two were ancient beasts at the 2nd level of the Immortal Foundation realm, they were very powerful. Roar, ahead, the roars of beasts rang out from the dense forest. Tens of pairs of eyes lit up one after another. Among them, there were a few that were especially resplendent, like divine lamps, and the aura of kings permeated the air. F***ck, there are a few beast kings that have already slashed the Tao 3 times. Duanda shook off the Black Emperor as he sped away. It's best if we don't antagonize them. Who knows, we might provoke something even more powerful. Let's quickly pass through. In the darkness, a fishy wind assailed the nostrils as the ferocious beasts ran madly. Thunderous roars rang out one after another in this temple's small world. After that, it was unknown how many wild beasts were running madly, transforming into a flood. This temple's small world is truly vast. There's no end to the beast tide this time around. Let's quickly leave this place. Dongfang Yi shouted. He could sense danger. It was unknown how many ferocious beasts rushed out from the forest, forming a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Arg! The miserable screams of human cultivators rang out. In the midst of this flood of wild beasts, some experts were torn apart. This place became a forbidden ground. People had no choice but to take a detour and pass through the other small worlds. Yi Fan and the others passed through the 11th level of the temple and heavily closed the metal door. They all heaved a sigh of relief. This place was different from what they had imagined. They did not see any ghost soldiers, and they were all living things. The 12th level of the temple was still very vast, and one could not see the end of it. They had not advanced far when the cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook violently. It sprayed out a 9-colored flame that burned the void. There was an ambush. Yi Fan used the myriad chi cauldron to protect himself and release the divine flame he had collected from the fiery domain. This was a rather terrifying enemy. He had definitely slashed the Tao for many years and was a terrifying old king. A large hand almost plucked the sacred cauldron above his head. If not for the boundless power of the flame, Yi Fan would most likely be in danger. This person was very good at concealing himself. Qi Luo disappeared in an instant, emitting a cold light in the darkness. A bone-piercing killing intent pervaded the air, causing this temple's small world to become awe-inspiring. Streaks of lightning illuminated the dark void. Pooh, pooh, in the end, 3 soft sounds rang out. 3 bloody heads were thrown onto the ground. There was a finger hole in the space between their eyebrows, and their primordial spirits had been pierced through. Qi Luo's expression did not change. It was as if he had done something insignificant. There was actually more than one assailant. There were 3 ancient creatures, and all of them were old kings who had slashed the Tao for many years. They were all quickly decapitated by Qi Luo. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. This old assassin was indeed unfathomable. He ended these 3 terrifying old kings as if he was cutting vegetables. We have to be careful. Not only are there mysterious and unknown dangers in the ancestral temple, but there are also various enemies in the dark. We have to be cautious. They stepped into the 13th level of the temple. This place was no longer dark. On the contrary, it was filled with light. It was sacred and auspicious. It was as if they had arrived in a world of light. There was a huge stone statue in front of them. It was over 100 meters tall and emitted a gentle light. Dozens of symbols were engraved on it, and every single one of them could resonate with the Tao. The small world of the temple was connected. Many people had already arrived here from other paths. They were all observing and memorizing these ancient symbols. Heavenly Prince! Monkey shouted. He swung his cudgel and smashed it over. The jet-black iron cudgel instantly expanded to several hundred meters, shattering the void as it arrived in an instant. The Heavenly Prince sneered. He left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he entered the small world of the temple and left the 13th level. Even this dog thing stopped here. The ancient symbols on this god statue should be very extraordinary, Pang Bo said. Brat, watch your words. If you dare to speak nonsense again, this emperor will fight you. The Black Emperor shouted from the side. These symbols are very special. They look like spirit-driving talismans that can control all kinds of strange beasts. Qi Luo revealed a strange look and began to memorize them. There were dozens of symbols. Each of them was extremely complicated. They were formed from hundreds and thousands of patterns. They could directly resonate with the Tao of heaven and earth. They were mysterious and unfathomable. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty was very extraordinary. There were many precious stone carvings here. Yi Fan and the others didn't want to miss this. They all calmed down and imprinted the symbols into their consciousness. A few figures flew up and arrived at the slightly opened mouth of the god statue. One of them discovered a secret and quickly dug inside. The others came to their senses and made their moves. In an instant, a great battle broke out. There's something in the stone statue's mouth. The instant the thing was dug out, auspicious light gushed out and all kinds of colorful clouds scattered down. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was a treasure chest. It was a square foot in size. It shocked everyone. It was actually made of 5-colored iron essence, a divine material on the same level as the great Luo silver essence. There's really a treasure. Just the chest alone is a rare treasure. Even the sages are tempted to snatch it. What's inside? It can't be the Yuhua immortal scripture, right? Everyone went crazy. They rushed forward and attacked together. The first person who obtained it screamed on the spot. He was killed and turned into a mist of blood. Wang! The air trembled, and a black bottle appeared. It swallowed heaven and earth, immediately collecting the treasure chest, making it its own. Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo shouted, his eyebrows raised. Yi Fan soared into the sky and was about to make his move. However, at this moment, Hua Yunfei quickly threw away the treasure chest as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. The others fought over it and opened the lid. Boom! A dazzling golden rain appeared. It was densely packed and covered every inch of the temple's small world. What is this? Many people were shocked. The Black Emperor's hair stood on end. The hair on his body stood on end. He scampered away and shouted, "Woof, woof, woof, run." Chapter 905. This was a brilliant rain of light that quickly sprinkled down, endless. Golden radiance flickered, densely packed like symbols, covering the small world of the 13th layer. The large black dog sped away, Duanda covered his head and fled. Yi Fan and the others' expressions also changed, frantically fleeing. They knew what that was. It was definitely terrifying. At this moment, the golden rain in the sky became even more brilliant. They revived, every single one like a divine lamp, dazzling and dazzling, releasing chong-chong sounds. That was the sound of light colliding, like the sound of metal clanging. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. People fought to be the first, fleeing in all directions. Everyone felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. These things could penetrate divine power and devour their essence. Most people didn't recognize them. Only a few living fossils cried out in horror, reminding their own people that these were god-killing insects, and that they couldn't provoke them, quickly fleeing. God-killing insect, this was a terrifying name. Those who knew about it, as long as they spoke of it, their expressions would change. Ah! Miserable cries rang out everywhere. Protective true energy was completely useless. The golden rain of light descended, covering them, completely devouring the essence within their flesh, not even letting their primordial spirits go. Everyone trembled, activating all kinds of magical tools to kill. However, the strange insects were incomparably terrifying, difficult to stop. Every insect seemed to be wearing golden armor, all as long as a finger, their outer shells hard. Even great figures couldn't break them. Don't attack with your physical body, these things can only be refined with cultivation and natural laws, someone cried out. However, who dared to stop and calmly refine them now? Even if one person could refine a few dozen, this rain of light was endless, how could they deal with it? At this moment, everyone saw that the treasure chest forged from 5-colored iron essence was like a beehive. There were many small holes on its surface, and even more god-killing insects were drilling out. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to discover that there were spatial order chains inside this chest, like a small world, far larger than one could imagine. Only heaven knew how many strange insects there were. A living fossil released an angry roar. He was submerged by the golden rain of light, unable to escape even after doing everything he could. His 7 apertures were pierced, and even his primordial spirit was devoured. And this was just a scene. It was unknown how many people died miserably, turning into dust under the golden rain of light. This was a terrifying demonic land, and all of the light rain was a life-reaping talisman. These insects were about the size of a thumb, and their bodies were densely covered with tiny golden scales. They looked like small flood dragons, but they didn't have horns. Yi Fan and the others could only run as well. It wasn't good to use their holy weapons in this place, because the sects had already made an agreement when they entered. There were many people here, and if news of this got out, there might be great trouble in the future. This was not the first time that Yi Fan had seen this kind of strange insect. Back then, he had encountered it with Duanda and Dongfang Yi in the Immortal Mansion world of the Central State. However, there had been very few of them at that time, only a few dozen. Now, they covered the sky and covered the earth, appearing everywhere. No one could stop them. They could only frantically flee. Among the fleeing army, Hua Yunfei was the first to rush into the small world of the temple on the 14th level. He was the first to detect and discover the god-slaying zergs. Yi Fan and the others were the second group. When they saw that they weren't far from the stone door, Duanda suddenly stopped and said, "These are legendary divine insects. Their value is not much lower than an ancient scripture. After raising them for a few thousand years, a pure-blooded god-slaying zerg might be born." At this moment, Duanda's hands were very despicable. He made a decision that others hated incomparably. He took out a divine object, and it was actually a treasure bowl. He turned around and put away the 5-colored iron essence treasure chest. What is Fatty Duan doing? These divine insects have all left their nests. The treasure chest most likely contains divine eggs that are priceless. If we want to tame these things, we can only start from the eggs. Pure-blooded god-slaying zergs were rumored to be able to even devour deities. There was almost nothing that could stop them. They could bite through anything and kill anything. Even though the golden strange insect in front of them was very powerful, it wasn't a true divine insect. Its ancestral blood was thin, and it was currently in a primitive state. It was far from being comparable to their ancestors. According to legend, during the ancient era, there was a saint who successfully raised a few half-divine insects. They weren't true ancestral insects, and together with him, they killed an awakened archaic king. Wang. The 5-colored iron essence was put away. Duan Demiai's nose began to bubble. Just this kind of treasure chest was enough to tempt a saint. This was a divine material of the same level as the great Luo silver essence, and the divine insect eggs inside were even more priceless. If they truly raised a pure-blooded ancestral insect, even if they couldn't say they were unrivaled under the heavens, they would be close to it. They rushed into the small world of the temple in the 14th layer. However, the danger didn't disappear. The rain of light that filled the sky followed them and concentrated on Yi Fan's group, abandoning everyone else. Fatty Duan, your hands are too despicable. Motherf *Ker, are you not afraid of your hands rotting? The group of people all wanted to strangle him to death. This was truly taking the initiative to attract firepower. Just now, the god-slaying zergs were scattered, but now they all gathered together, turning into a golden waterfall that poured down. Who could stop so many divine insects? This was fatal, and they were about to drown them. What a good person. He actually saved us like this. Who are those people? Are they the holy monks from the western desert? They really risked their lives to enter hell to save us. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the others wanted to vomit blood when they heard these words from the distance. They wanted to skin Duanda alive even more. This bastard's hands were too unsightly, bringing about a great disaster. *CK, these bugs are too vengeful. Is there a need to chase after us without letting go? Duanda grimaced in pain. His buttocks, shoulders, and chest had all been pierced through, and blood flowed continuously. It's your hands that are despicable. Hurry up and throw that chest away, said the blind old man. Even he was injured and dripping with blood. The situation was dire. How could I throw it away? This is comparable to the scriptures of a great emperor. Not long ago, this old man dug out an ancient text from an ancient tomb. There were records regarding divine insects within. As long as I raise them with a special method for 10,000 years, they can give birth to a true ancestral insect. I wouldn't exchange it even with the scriptures of a great emperor. Duanda hugged the chest and refused to let go. In the end, even his fingers were pierced through. There were still god-killing bugs in the nest. Qi Luo, who had been silent all this while, said, "I feel that these bugs are indeed priceless. Even though we can't live for 10,000 years, we can raise them for our descendants. In the future, when our celestial court rules over the world, we will have an unparalleled deterrence. Then let's use the sacred weapon." Dong Fangyi was about to take out his Wolf Fang club. "Let me do it." Yi Fan made his move, activating the 9-colored flame within the myriad qi cauldron to burn the golden rain of light. However, there were too many of these things. They no longer approached them and began to surround them. Yi Fan urged, "Fatty Duan, hurry up and take out the divine egg and throw away the 5-colored iron essence. Otherwise, there will be too many of these bugs and we won't be able to kill them all." Duanda was extremely unwilling. The 5-colored iron essence was also a divine material, but there were too many god-killing bugs. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He took out a pile of golden divine eggs, but his injuries weren't light. He reluctantly threw away the treasure chest. At this time, they had already escaped to the small world of the temple on the 16th level. Fatty Duan's hands were as if they were bitten by a dog. He grimaced in pain. Here, they finally got rid of the god-killing bugs. They heaved a sigh of relief. The group of people scolded him for his cheap hands. "I originally thought that this kind of thing had long gone extinct. There were only a few dozen of them left in the immortal mansion world. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying nest in the ancestral temple?" The Yuhua god dynasty of the past was indeed terrifying. They must have raised true pure-blooded ancestral bugs. They began to divide the spoils. Afraid that something would happen in the ancestral temple, everyone brought some sparkling divine eggs with them and carefully put them away. "Where are the heavenly prince, Hua Yunfei, and Li Xiaoman?" They turned around to look for these three to settle the score, but they had already disappeared. They had all taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Since they came in, they will meet sooner or later. Speaking of which, could they also be here for the 5-colored altar? Pang Bo was bewildered. "Hurry up and leave." Everyone's expression changed. This was the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty. It was the most sacred place. Not only did it contain the insights of ancient sages, but it also contained all kinds of secret records. They would most likely be able to find the Yuhua scripture. And what Yi Fan was most worried about was that others would beat them to it and find the various runes and diagrams of the 5-colored altar. If they successfully crossed the star domain and brought the flames of war to Earth because of this, it would be a disaster. They hurriedly passed through the levels and carefully avoided all kinds of troubles. They arrived at the 21st level of the ancient temple. There were a total of 36 levels. As for the ancient palaces and small worlds, there were countless of them. "Something's wrong," Duanda muttered. Previously, he had prepared a lot of materials. He thought that he would definitely encounter ghosts after entering, but all he saw were living creatures. They continued to pass through, and soon, they arrived at the 27th level. They felt that something was wrong. The path was actually smooth without any danger. When they stepped into the small world of the temple on the 28th level, the void soundlessly split open. A golden divine sword slashed down, aiming straight at the center of Yi Fan's brows. The heavens fell and the earth split. Its might was shocking to the extreme. A legendary holy weapon. Someone couldn't hold back anymore and used such a terrifying weapon to attack. Moreover, there were no fluctuations before this, almost avoiding everyone's spiritual senses. Boom! The hell soul-suppressing pagoda rushed up. It was snow-white and sparkling. It was forged from the essence of the 5 Dao bones left behind by the 5 killing saints. Its power was boundless, and it blocked the golden divine sword on the spot. At the same time, Qi Luo defied the heavens and disappeared into the void. He chased after them, and a series of clanging sounds rang out. Not long after, he returned. Unlike last time, he didn't bring back a blood-stained head. The enemy had run away. That golden divine sword has a primordial spirit of a killing saint. Everyone was shocked. The saint didn't show himself, but a primordial spirit entered the golden holy weapon and passed it to his subordinates. This was also a fierce killing move. People couldn't see through Qi Luo anymore. He could probably become a saint at any time, but this was a good thing. It made them feel more confident. Not long after, they advanced cautiously and arrived at the small world of the temple on the 30th floor. They found some clues, and after a serious discussion, they all agreed that the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land had most likely entered before. Could the temple have been emptied out by them? No, they seemed to have stopped here and didn't go deeper. Duanda took out his divine mirror. It was obtained from an ancient tomb and was made from the forehead bone of the human race's great sage. It could restore some scenes. Through the bone mirror, they could see a few indistinct figures pacing back and forth for a long time before finally leaving. In that case, the true danger lies in the last 6 floors of the temple. Even they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking and wanted to borrow the strength of the world. The stone door leading to the 31st floor was still closed. There seemed to be a primordial beast inside, as if it was connected to the netherworld. Strands of strange aura seeped out. Something's not right. They pondered for a long time, and then they retreated far away. They used a divine hammer to smash open the stone door and looked inside. In front of them was a stretch of darkness, and the sound of rain could actually be heard. It was like a real world, and there were indistinct figures moving in the night rain. There's something alive. What is that? It was very strange inside. Even the heavenly eyes were restrained. There seemed to be divine chains of order densely covering the void. Boom! The rain poured down. A few blood-colored lightning interweaved in the night sky, illuminating everything inside, causing their expressions to change. They staggered back and quickly closed the stone door. What's going on? In the night rain illuminated by the blood-colored lightning, the road was muddy. They saw several groups of soldiers in ancient armor patrolling with black spears and spears in their hands. That's the armor of the Yuhua God dynasty from more than 200,000 years ago. They are the so-called heavenly soldiers. Ji Ziyue said, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Before coming here, she had read all kinds of information and ancient books in the Ji family scripture pavilion and had seen this kind of armor before. Everyone was stunned. Did you guys realize that after we came in, all we saw were living creatures? Could it be that those soldiers are also, something's wrong, something's very wrong? Duanda shook his head and paced back and forth. He said, I discovered a strange record in an ancient tomb. It said that the Yuhua God dynasty ended its rule on its own, not the destruction of others. It wanted to carry out a heaven-defying event in secret. Could it be true? Chapter 906. Duanda's words shocked everyone. How could such a huge god dynasty give up its rule and watch as the land of billions of miles disappeared? It was illogical. Don't doubt me. Everything in the mortal world is nothing. If their plan succeeds, they might ascend to immortality. The unscrupulous Daoist was determined to shock everyone. According to what he saw, although the stone carvings in the tomb were very obscure, they could still explain the final outcome. It predicted that they would eventually ascend to immortality. I think you're even more unreliable than the Black Emperor. It's hard to believe that you can come to such a conclusion with just an ancient tomb. Yi Fan shook his head. How am I unreliable? The large black dog was extremely indignant at the side. I didn't say it's definitely true. I'm just giving you an idea, Duanda said. He quickly prepared his materials. If it wasn't a real person, then it was definitely a ghost soldier. They knew that the real test was coming. This ancestral temple had a total of 36 levels. The first 6 levels were fine, there was no danger of certain death. But it was hard to say for the last 6 levels. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any disasters. Otherwise, the 4 god dynasties and the light-shaking realm wouldn't have stopped here. Take a closer look. Old Blind was very calm. Behind the stone door was an incomprehensible world. In the pitch-black rainy night, blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky from time to time. On the ground, groups of soldiers wearing ancient armor walked through the muddy road. The black iron spears and swords in their hands had a kind of demonic nature. That's right, that's the ancient battle armor of the Yuhua god dynasty. Old Blind nodded. When the lightning streaked across and shone on the armor and weapons, the special patterns on the cold battle armor could even be faintly seen. There weren't many people who could wear this kind of armor. Only those who had made great contributions could be rewarded. This was a kind of honor, status, and a symbol of strength. Heavenly Soldier Armor. It was a very imposing name. At the same time, it also showed the spirit of the Yuhua god dynasty at that time. They wanted to unify the world and establish an immortal god court. Even if they ruled over the Central Plains or even unified the 5 regions, it was just a mortal glory. Their highest hope was to ascend to immortality, and they had been working tirelessly for this goal. I'm starting to believe that what the grave robbers said might be true, Qi Luo said as he stared blankly at the heavenly soldiers in the rain. At the same time, Yi Fan and the others also used their various methods and sensed that it was a person with flesh and blood, not a ghost. This caused them to shiver. What was the Yuhua god dynasty trying to do? The people of the world all said that they were wiped out, but what they saw was a bit strange. Their heavenly soldiers were still in this world, protecting this highest sacred temple. Let's go and take a look at the other places. They left this place and entered the small world of other temples. There were many palaces on every level, and almost all of them were connected to the next level. After going to a few places, he found that they all saw the same thing. There was indeed a living, heavenly soldier on the 31st floor. At the same time, cultivators stopped in front of each of the stone doors. Many people had gathered, and none of them dared to rashly enter. No one wanted to stop here. They were all afraid that others would beat them to it. The records at the center of the ancestral temple were very important. Perhaps there was the Yuhua god dynasty's Yuhua immortal scripture, perhaps there was the secret to traversing the star realms, or perhaps there was the great emperor's exclusive holy item, immortal tier green gold, and so on. In the end, a group of ancient race people was the first to move. They had a natural sense of superiority towards the human race. This was formed in the primordial era. No matter how strange the Yuhua god dynasty's ancestral temple was, they weren't afraid. They desperately wanted to obtain the green cauldron that had existed since ancient times. Boom! The rain was boundless. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The people saw that the group of ancient race people had been discovered and were fighting with a group of heavenly soldiers. They shouted again and again. Everyone was shocked to find that none of those heavenly soldiers said anything. Their methods were experts and their auras were like rainbows. On the contrary, the ancient race people showed signs of being defeated and shouted non-stop. Wherever the black sword of the heavenly soldiers pointed, the various magic treasures of this group of ancient creatures couldn't block it and were cut into pieces. Black sword light crisscrossed, as if heavenly soldiers had descended to the mortal world. Soon, there were ancient race people who were cut in half. Blood-colored lightning hacked about, rain pouring down like a torrential downpour, the figures becoming a bit indistinct. However, everyone could still see that this group of ancient creatures was finished. Even though they killed a few heavenly soldiers, in the end, they were still wiped out. Outside the stone gate, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That group of ancient race people wasn't weak, but they were actually killed so quickly. Why are there still people alive? Could it be that the soldiers of the Yuhua god dynasty can live forever? They were sealed in this temple and survived all this time? Many people were bewildered. They felt very uneasy. This ancient temple exceeded their imagination. Every single one of the heavenly soldiers had made great contributions. Their skills were extraordinary and their methods were superb. Otherwise, why would they be given that title? They were definitely people who lived to fight. It's a little troublesome. It's difficult to get through. Some people's hearts trembled as they hesitated to move forward. These heavenly soldiers are almighty figures. Just how powerful was the Yuhua god dynasty back then? Someone was bewildered. I think there shouldn't be many heavenly soldiers. There should only be a dozen or so troops. With so many of us, we can get through. Most people naturally wouldn't give up. At this moment, another person moved. He pushed open the stone gate and nimbly flashed in. Then, he directly used the earth escape technique and sank into the ground. However, not long after, a scream rang out. An armored soldier stabbed a black spear into the ground and picked up a person. It was the cultivator who had just entered. Pooh! He shook hard and that person instantly fell into pieces, dying a violent death. Chi Luo's eyes were like torches as he looked at a stone gate not far away. No one opened it on their own. Clearly, a powerhouse had entered. He was so fast that no one saw him. It's an old killer king from the Hell God dynasty. Chi Luo narrowed his eyes. A killing weapon flashed between his brows. In that case, we can enter. As long as we are skilled enough, even those heavenly soldiers won't be able to detect us. Something's not right. This is only the 31st level. I think that even if those who are too powerful are discovered, they will be let through. There should be more powerful guardians ahead. The few of them whispered and began to prepare for action. Because the others also moved one after another. They each chose a stone gate and determined the direction to break through. Ziyue, you can send me here. You can go back. Yifan turned around and faced Ji Ziyue. If they continued to move forward, they might really reach a dangerous place. He didn't want her to take the risk. No, I want to see you ascend the five-colored altar with my own eyes. Ji Ziyue said stubbornly, her eyes filled with tears. Don't worry, with me around, no one can hurt her. Chi Luo said. That's right. Let's go to the five-colored altar together to send you off. I can guarantee her safety. Monkey also spoke up. Duanda and the Black Emperor were even more arrogant. They said that they would kill even if there were hundreds of them. The barbarians also echoed. When Yifan saw this, he didn't say anything else. The blind old man said, it's getting more and more dangerous up ahead. Everyone, light a soul lamp here. If we separate, we can know if there's an accident. More and more people rushed into the small world of the 31st level. Miserable cries rang out from time to time. Clearly, many people had died. Those heavenly soldiers had great teamwork and grasped an extremely powerful ancient battle formation. Let's go. In the end, Yifan and the others pushed open the huge stone gate and entered this mysterious small world. The rain was still very heavy and the ground was muddy. There were all kinds of ancient trees up ahead, but no buildings could be seen. A group of heavenly soldiers immediately discovered them and rushed over. Yifan and Monkey opened the way in front. Both of them were incomparably valiant. Their bodies emitted boundless golden blood energy, dyeing the pitch-black rainy night a brilliant golden color. Bang! The battle immediately began. Yifan's fist brought with it a huge bolt of golden lightning. It seemed to be connected with the thunder in the sky. The fist force was boundless and boundless. It sent a heavenly soldier flying, spraying blood. Pfft! Monkey was even more straightforward. He swung his big iron rod and smashed the right arm of a heavenly soldier into meat paste. He was unstoppable. It's really alive. The Black Emperor bit a person's arm and took off his armor. He examined it carefully and barked, "Speak, what happened? Where did you come from?" Bang! It was too careless. Every heavenly soldier was a powerhouse. The iron spear almost pierced through its chin. Fortunately, its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. However, it was beaten black and blue in the eye. This group of heavenly soldiers was very decisive. They left behind a few corpses and quickly retreated, disappearing into the curtain of rain. They did not pester them to death. "Hurry up and leave," Qi Luo shouted. They couldn't stay here for long. It would be troublesome if a few more groups of heavenly soldiers came. They didn't believe that there were only a few groups. There were most likely even more powerful people. Not long after they left, a powerful aura erupted in that area. A figure rode on blood-colored lightning. He held a black broadsword in his hand and his divine might shocked the world. "It's a heavenly general," Ji Ziyue cried out in a low voice. She could tell from the armor that those who could obtain the title of heavenly general were definitely people who had cut the Tao and had made great contributions. This king is very unusual. He's about to become a great king. Don't provoke him, Qi Luo said to himself. They didn't stop and quickly disappeared into the curtain of rain. They turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the depths. It was obvious that this was a very vast area. There were hills everywhere and trees grew all over. They didn't see any ancient buildings. During this time, they saw some heavenly soldiers again. They avoided a few groups and killed 7 or 8 people. They charged forward and saw a glowing palace hall in the curtain of rain. However, it was also at this time that they were all shocked. The smell of blood was pungent in front of them. There were corpses everywhere. More than half of the people who came in earlier had died. There were at least several hundred people who had lost their lives. The earth was trembling. There was a black mass in front of them. It was like a flood of steel killing in all directions. Even the earth was trembling. All the hair on the Black Emperor's body stood on end. He was horrified and said, "Damn, this is a square formation. There are at least 500 heavenly soldiers. Am I crazy or has this world gone crazy? There are 500 almighties in one go." They were all stunned. There were indeed 500 of them, and they all had the strength of almighties. They wore ancient armor and held black battle swords and iron spears in their hands. The aura they emitted made the world tremble. "Over there. There are more." Duanda was scared. On the other side, there was also a square formation of 500 people. They were advancing step by step. The aura that erupted was like a landslide and a tsunami, killing all the cultivators who had just barged in. This must be King illusion. It can't be real at all. Even the Yuhua God dynasty couldn't have 1,000 almighties at its peak. The blind old man said. This exceeded common sense and couldn't be understood at all. More than 200,000 years had passed. Even if the Yuhua God dynasty really existed strangely in this world, how could it produce so many powerhouses in a place that only lived in seclusion? The terrifying aura is in the mountain over there. Let's not barge in. Let's go around here and take a look. Qi Luo was the most sensitive to killing intent. He pointed at a pitch-black and gloomy forest in the distance. When Yi Fan and the others stealthily went over, they immediately felt a wave of discomfort. There was a type of heaven and earth collapsing power surging in front of this mountain region, making it hard for them to breathe. This world was about to collapse, there was an incomparably powerful aura. In the end, they stood on a hill and looked down. They were all horrified and their bodies emitted a cold aura. There was a cemetery in front of them. Most of the stone tablets had fallen. Heavy rain poured down. Many ancient graves cracked open and white bones crawled out. Then, flesh and blood quickly grew. Heavens, what am I seeing? This should be the cemetery of the heavenly soldiers of the past. How did they revive? Could it be that the Yuhua god dynasty really gave up on its rule and is carrying out a heaven-defying matter? Now, it has discovered the secret of immortal ascension, immortality, and the flesh and bones of the dead? Chapter 907. This was an extremely strange scene. The old tombstones split open one after another, and snow-white and even decaying skeletal hands reached out one after another, slowly climbing up. It was unbelievable. Even the bone dregs that had long since rotted beyond recognition were forming skeletons. They quickly grew flesh and blood. Then, the heavenly armors that had long turned to dust in the tombs also reversed time. With clanging sounds, they turned into battle clothes and covered their bodies. Those heavenly soldiers' faces were pale and expressionless. They let the armor cover their bodies. Then, they held their weapons and walked out step by step. They lined up in a square formation and advanced forward. This was unbelievable. Their scalps went numb and their pores were filled with cold air. They couldn't understand. Could there really be people who could live forever and never die? Heavy rain poured down. Streaks of blood-colored lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the pitch-black cemetery from time to time. Everything here made one's hair stand on end and they were puzzled. I've dug graves my entire life, but I've never encountered such a scene. They all came back to life. This doesn't make sense. Duanda swallowed hard. He had encountered ghost soldiers, malicious spirits, and fought corpse-transformed demons, but he had never seen a living person come out of a coffin. This made him a little scared. He said that he didn't want to do archaeology anymore in the future. The Yuhua god dynasty is too strange. What secret did they discover? How did these people come back to life? What exactly is going on? This was the cemetery of the heavenly soldiers of the past. It was the accumulation of countless years. If they all came back to life, they could sweep through the world with the power of a single dynasty. Even the ancient races wouldn't be able to stop them. It's very terrifying. If the cemetery of the heavenly generals is also like this, with Dao-severing kings continuously coming back to life, I think we should leave as soon as possible. If we go deeper, we will undoubtedly die, the blind old man said. This was the heavenly soldiers' cemetery. There were ancient tombs everywhere. It was unknown how many there were. They had been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The heavenly general cemetery definitely existed, but it wasn't here. Thinking of this result made one's scalp go numb. The resurrection of the dead, what kind of scene was this? The powerhouses of the past were resurrected at the same time. It made one's hair stand on end. All kinds of terrifying consequences quickly appeared in one's mind. I don't believe it. Wait for me. Fatty Duan was very ferocious. He reached a remote corner where there were only a few old graves. He quietly waited for a skeleton to crawl out. The moment it came to life, he used the immortal trapping pouch to cover it. In a short while, he put the skeleton inside and ran. Even though he moved very quickly and chose a very remote place, he was still discovered. A group of heavenly soldiers chased after him. Upon seeing this, everyone turned around and fled. This damn fatty's hands were always dirty, and now he was inviting trouble again. However, the few of them did not blame him. They also wanted to understand what was going on. What had happened here made them very uneasy. The ground was trembling as a few hundred celestial soldiers formed a square formation and charged over. They were like a monstrous torrent, and every single step they took caused this small world to shake while killing intent split the sky. At this time, the rain was like the Milky Way hanging down, getting heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that people couldn't open their eyes, and when it hit the ground, a thin layer of smoke rose up. Yi Fan and the others ran madly and soon disappeared into the hills, disappearing into the forest. They finally got rid of the group of living dead behind them. Duanda opened the pouch and released the captive. He fell into the muddy water, and just as the heavenly soldier wanted to struggle, he was knocked over by a large claw of the Black Emperor. The few of them went up together and sealed him. Then, they immediately explored his sea of consciousness, wanting to understand everything. Strange, the sea of consciousness is completely blank. Why is there nothing? Oh, no, it appeared. It's just that they want to kill us all. Dongfang Yi was puzzled and revealed a strange expression. The others went up one after another and also discovered this strange situation. Duanda was very vigilant. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said, "Not good, retreat." Just as they flew out, this heavenly soldier exploded, wanting to kill them. Rotten flesh and bones exploded everywhere, and in an instant, his life force disappeared, returning to death. Duanda picked up a small piece of bone, pondered for a long time, and said, "Let's go back and see what happened to the few heavenly soldiers we killed." On the way back, they saw many corpses along the way. They were all cultivators who had just entered. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground by the heavenly soldiers. It was a tragic sight. Blood mixed with the rain, creating a scarlet-red scene. Strange, it's clearly here. We killed at least 7 or 8 heavenly soldiers. Where did the corpses go? The few of them were very surprised. They couldn't find the corpses. There's no need to look. They're all still here, but they've all turned into dust. Duanda said in a deep voice. He found a rotten bone in the mud. There were thousands of small holes on it, and it had long since decayed beyond recognition. Duanda took out the great sage's Dao bone mirror and circulated his magic power to illuminate the ground. The few of them immediately saw a few demonic scenes. The 7 or 8 corpses seemed to have experienced over 200,000 years in a very short period of time. Their flesh and blood rotted and turned into ashes. Their bones aged and then completely rotted, leaving behind only a few fragments. As for the heavenly soldier's armor, it broke inch by inch and turned into mud. They were indeed alive just now. There's definitely no mistake. I didn't expect that they would immediately become like this after death. The few of them pondered for a very long time, but they couldn't figure it out. The Yuhua God dynasty was too strange. Their ultimate goal was to ascend to immortality. This was most likely a strange technique that they had fumbled out in the past. It wasn't a true resurrection. Many people died, but there are also many who rushed over. Let's hurry up and go on our way. Don't bother with these demonic things. We can think about it when we return. The palace shone brightly. It was especially eye-catching in the pitch-black rainy night. It was like a divine immortal palace that opened the path to the heaven realm, illuminating all directions. The few of them quickly approached, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Suddenly, in the pouring rain, a black light suddenly appeared. It swallowed the essence of heaven and earth and rushed straight towards Yi Fan, wanting to melt him. This was a great Dao treasure bottle that had the power to swallow the heavens. Dang! Yi Fan flicked it with his finger and instantly saw Hua Yunfei. He was like an exiled immortal in the rainy night. His blue clothes were otherworldly and not a single drop of rain landed on his body. Chi! A golden light flew over. Li Xiaoman also appeared in another direction. She unleashed a golden crocodile shadow that tore through the night sky. Yi Fan punched out. The golden fist smashed that long crocodile into pieces, exploding into a sky-overflowing energy wave that was annihilated in the sky. You still dare to appear? Pang Bo's eyes were sharp. Even though he saw an old friend from the other side, his killing intent was still revealed. This was because in the past, he had almost died from being hunted. Yi Fan didn't say a word. He rushed towards Hua Yunfei while Pang Bo attacked Li Xiaoman. An earth-shattering battle erupted on the spot. Rays of divine light illuminated the night sky. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman joined together and escaped together. They didn't continue fighting. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Monkey, and the others quickly chased after them. Especially Yi Fan, who had the Xing formula, was extremely fast. He caught up to them several times and fought them alone. The golden fist energy connected with the lightning in the sky. Stop! Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped because he heard a rumbling sound and felt the earth trembling. Hurry up and leave! Qi Luo shouted. He saw 4 square formations, and each one had 500 celestial soldiers. In other words, there were a total of 2,000 powerhouses. This was excessively terrifying. These two want to lure us into the chaos. They had no choice but to give up. They cut in diagonally and quickly escaped. After evading the 4 terrifying square formations, who would dare to fight so many celestial soldiers alone? It was purely courting death. They approached the glowing palace hall under the curtain of rain. There were many celestial soldiers here, but there were more and more cultivators rushing in from the outside. They gradually gained the upper hand, and large groups of people killed their way in. Corpses fell one after another. They fought their way through in a chaotic battle. When they saw the light source on the high platform in front of them, they were all shaken. It was that shrine, and there was a stone man sitting there. It was less than half a foot tall. Everyone already knew that the symbols around it could melt people away, so no one paid any attention to it. Instead, it was the most divine power that flowed outwards. Strand after strand, it entered the void, dancing with the lightning and disappearing into the distance. It's the direction of the mausoleum. Yi Fan was astonished. That's right. It's this kind of power that revived those skeletons, Qi Luo said with certainty. He sensed a familiar aura that was the same as the one on the celestial soldiers. I think I know. Immortalizing others and completing one's own body. There are bits and pieces of records about it in the ancient books, Ji Ziyu said. There were great disadvantages to doing this, and the final result was that it wasn't feasible. And what they saw before their eyes was naturally based on that kind of forbidden technique. One could imagine how many people had died in the ancient temple. Every celestial soldier corresponded to a life. There's no need to worry about celestial soldiers. They won't last more than a few days in this world and will return to dust. However, this ancestral temple is very terrifying. I'm afraid it's far more troublesome than we imagined. There's most likely a living person controlling it. They found the stone door and quickly rushed into the small world of the 32nd level. This was a dusky region. There was no torrential rain, and the ground was very dry, but it was even more dangerous. As soon as they entered, a demonic figure turned around in the darkness and revealed a pair of cold and emotionless eyes. They were like 2 will-o'-the-wisps. Boom! He held a black broadsword in his hand and hacked down on the spot, cutting the heaven and earth into 2 halves. It was exceptionally domineering. The monkey brandished the big iron rod and went up to meet it. A deafening clang resounded in all directions. Divine chains of laws rushed up one after another, scarlet like blood. A king of the Dao severing realm is extremely powerful. This is a celestial general. An intense battle began. Although the monkey smashed the head of this king with his rod in the end, he had also exhausted a lot of vital energy. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary king. In the following 2 days, they encountered great trouble and were unable to leave. There were no celestial soldiers in the small world of the 32nd level. All of them were celestial generals. This was a shocking matter. They were all kings of the Dao severing realm. If an ordinary person entered, they would die without a doubt. There was no way out at all. The only thing that made people rejoice was that there weren't that many celestial generals of the Dao's severing realm. Moreover, they were all alone and did not form a square formation. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. Even so, the number of celestial generals of the past was not small. It was difficult for people to move even an inch in this area. Yi Fan and the others were trapped for 2 days and almost bled. Meanwhile, the others either suffered heavy casualties or were also trapped. It was almost impossible to pass through. The destructive power of celestial generals was extremely great. During this process, the celestial prince had set up a trap. He wanted to get rid of the monkey and Yi Fan. There were several existences that were almost on the verge of becoming saints who followed them in and almost succeeded. The small world of the 32nd level was filled with killing intent. Many great sects were defeated. Even the few living fossils of the Holy Land of Super-Evolution were completely wiped out. Moreover, they were not the only people from the Holy Land that had been wiped out. In this small world of temples, other than dealing with celestial soldiers, they also had to guard against all kinds of attacks. Yi Fan and the others found it difficult to move forward. The killer god Imperial Court, the Celestial Prince, and the ancient race had all made things difficult for them. What shocked Yi Fan the most was that Hua Yunfei's Dao protector had once fought against Qi Luo. Although he was injured, he managed to retreat safely. He had never seen this person before. Moreover, it seemed that Hua Yunfei was very cold to him and was not that willing to walk together with him. That Dao protector is very terrifying. He most likely comes into contact with Emperor weapons all year round. There is an aura of an extreme Dao weapon on him. Duanda's brows were twitching. When this news came out, everyone was greatly shocked. However, they did not suspect the heartless Daoist. He had accompanied the heaven-devouring devil cover all year round and had all kinds of strange methods. His judgment should not be wrong. The Dao protector of the inheritor of Vicious was accompanied by an extreme Dao emperor weapon all year round. This was a huge matter that really made people shiver all over. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Which holy land is it? Or does Vicious have other emperor weapons that were passed down? One day later, even more cultivators rushed in. Everyone worked together and attacked together. They fought against the celestial generals, and some even took out their sacred weapons. Finally, they broke into the small world of the temple on the 33rd level. Chapter 908. As soon as they entered the small world of the temple on the 33rd floor, they saw a stone tablet with a few ancient words engraved on it, 33rd Heaven. From this, it was enough to see the boldness and purpose of the Yuhua God dynasty in the past. Their final temple hinterland would rise above the 33rd heaven. Everything showed their hopes. This place wasn't dark. The ancient buildings in the distance emitted a gentle light. Many people had already rushed forward. They had already reached this step. No one wanted to fall behind others. They all wanted to enter the final sacred palace. However, this small world was too quiet. Everyone gradually slowed down. They could actually hear their own heartbeats. It was very strange. In front of them, it was as if a man-devouring demon had opened its huge mouth and was waiting there. In the end, everyone felt a sense of danger. It was a sense of reverence that came from the soul. No one dared to rashly charge in. They all advanced slowly with tacit understanding. The distance between them wasn't very far. Everyone dispersed, gradually approaching the most central palace of light. From afar, people could feel a kind of divine aura, but their nervousness and fear didn't decrease. This was a very strange feeling. There was clearly an auspicious aura coming towards them, but they couldn't relax. They couldn't help but feel nervous. When they got closer, everyone finally saw clearly that there was an altar in front of the grand palace. Its surface was engraved with blood grooves. The style was ancient, it was unknown how many years it had existed for. This was a mysterious sacrificial ground. People could even imagine the scene of blood watering the altar in the past, flowing along the blood grooves, forming streaks of blood. What was the Yuhua god dynasty sacrificing? It had been too long, people didn't know. At the top of the altar, there were some things that were releasing the most dazzling light. The reason why this palace was resplendent came from them. They were auspicious and holy. Rare immortal material. Someone cried out in surprise. There was a commotion. Many people wanted to go forward, but they couldn't hold it in. There was a piece of bright green thing that looked like a dream. There was a type of life flowing around it. It was sparkling and translucent, many times more beautiful than the most perfect chalcedony in the world. Even if they didn't recognize it, they knew that it was an immortal material. There was an extraordinary aura flowing around it, as if it didn't belong to this world. It was clearly a divine object. It was full of vitality, and there were tears hanging on its surface. This was a fist-sized piece of immortal tear green gold. It was flawless, bright green and fresh as if it could breathe, devouring the essence energy of heaven and earth. Its entire body was covered in tear stains, as if it was the tears of a fairy. It was sealed in a piece of divine source, not exposed to the air. It was as if it was separated from the mortal world. After more than 200,000 years had passed, it didn't change in the slightest. The sacrificial item on the altar was actually such an immortal material. This was the Great Emperor. This was a holy object exclusive to the Great Emperor. This was a divine object. Even though it wasn't as if it was priceless. This place was in chaos, incredibly noisy. They saw this kind of thing in the 33rd floor palace, so how could they not go crazy? There were some people who couldn't hold themselves back. Even though they felt that the altar was terrifying, they still rushed forward. There was more than a single immortal material on the altar, there were also 4 completely round stone balls. They were also only the size of a fist, and they didn't move. No one could tell what they were. Only Yifan's heavenly origin I could see through it. His expression immediately changed, shouting loudly, "No one move indiscriminately." Who would listen to him right now? Those who could reach this step were all giants of an area, overlooking the world. They all had an aura of supremacy, especially the ancient race's people who were even more wild and untamed. They all reached out their hands and grabbed forward. "There are divine bugs there," Yifan directly shouted. However, no one stopped, all of them fighting over it. All types of light and magical treasures flew over, attacking those who were going to get there first. Even if you tell them that there is a ghost sage there, they will still fight over the immortal material. They won't stop. Pang Bo said. This was how the human heart was. Let's hurry and retreat. The stone skin is also a divine source, sealed within are 4 special god-killing bugs. Yifan said with a heavy voice, quickly leading the others in retreat. Divine force surged, making the entire altar tremble. The 4 perfectly round stone spheres on top of it released jibang sounds, all of them cracking apart. This was a layer of stone skin that the ancients purposely covered. Inside of it was a divine source, and sealed within were 4 divine bugs that coiled like dragons. They filled up the space inside. One could imagine just how powerful the Yuhua god dynasty was. They had divine origin liquid, protecting a few special divine bugs, having them guard this place. Ka! The 4 pieces of divine source all cracked open. The divine bugs that coiled up like a snake mountain instantly came to life. They unfolded their bodies, and when they stretched out, they were actually a foot in length. They were many times longer than the god-killing bugs they saw before. They were like 4 hornless little dragons, their bodies releasing golden light in all directions. In that instant, they released a wave of bitter aura that covered heaven and earth. There were just 4 divine bugs, but when they moved, it was as if there was a great army charging over. The small world of the 33rd floor temple immediately began to shake greatly, as if it was going to collapse. Ah, miserable cries sounded one after another. Nothing could stop them. The 4 little dragon-like divine bugs were unstoppable, all of them killed with a single strike. All types of magical treasures that attacked were completely useless, all of them crushed by the golden light. The 4 divine bugs were as fast as lightning, piercing through people's skulls every single time. No weapons could stop them. Everyone quickly retreated. It was almost impossible to win against these 4 divine bugs. It was difficult to determine the level of these 4 divine bugs. They killed people like flies, destroying a group of experts. The ground was drenched in blood. Hong. Everyone retreated like a tide. Some people brought out their inherited holy weapons, or else they would undoubtedly die. They propped up a barrier of light, protecting the people on their side. Everyone saw that it was the people from the Wind Clan. The phoenix body was within the barrier of light, supporting a 5-colored precious tree. It swept out expanse after expanse of divine splendor, stopping a divine bug that rushed towards them. The blood of these divine bugs is quite pure, perhaps they are half-divine bugs. Qi Luo said with a heavy voice. Hong. On the other side, there were people from the ancient Glory Empire who also brought out their holy weapons to protect themselves. They quickly retreated. The situation was extremely dangerous. They had many people who entered, and 2 divine bugs rushed over, almost making them suffer greatly. At this moment, everyone didn't hide anything anymore. There were people from the 4 great divine dynasties who did this, violating the agreement from back then. They no longer had any misgivings, and they weren't afraid of being punished by the whole world. Those who had used them in secret before, now all brought out their holy weapons. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 holy weapons blossomed with endless light, resisting those divine bugs. Motherfucker, they're all people from the divine dynasties and holy lands. They all had backup plans after all. They all brought in holy weapons, and I dare say that there are even people who brought in emperor weapons. Duanda said angrily, forgetting that he himself had an emperor weapon on him. Let's also bring out a holy weapon. Yi Fan indicated. Dongfang Yi brought out his wolf tooth club, suspending it above his head. It released a wave of savage aura, stopping the approaching divine bug. This bug's body is even more powerful than a saint's. It can penetrate all flesh. Qi Luo revealed a look of shock, reminding everyone that these 4 divine bugs seemed to have 1 foot in the saint realm. They had the cultivation of half-saints, and their bodies were even more powerful than saints. It was because they could devour everything, and their flesh's destructive power was extremely great. Several people gasped. A single divine bug's cultivation was already on par with Qi Luo's, and together with their bodies that were comparable to essence gold, even the old assassin might not be able to deal with them. Hong. In the distance, a streak of cyan light swept over, leaping over everyone and colliding with a divine bug. An incomparably ear-piercing sonorous sound rang out. That's a holy weapon. Everyone discovered with amazement that there was an individual dressed in azure golden battle clothes quickly closing in. This was an inherited holy garment, and it protected his body. His strength was also powerful enough, a great completion king-level expert. He borrowed the divine clothes to ingeniously avoid the divine bug that relentlessly chased after him. He brought out a treasure that flourished with brilliance, devouring heaven and earth essence energy and releasing strand after strand of auspicious light. On the other side, there was also an individual wielding an inherited holy weapon to help him block that divine bug. The weapon surged with tens of thousands of divine splendor. It's the 2 great completion kings of the human world and hell. These should be the most powerful people outside of the killing saints, they're giants. 2 of them actually came here. Qi Luo said coldly. A crack appeared between his brows, and a killing weapon flickered, ready to be activated at any time. Duanda stomped his feet in anger and said, "Not good, that old bastard's secret treasure is the treasure basin, not much inferior to mine. The immortal Tears Emerald is about to fall into their hands." As expected, that piece of bright green immortal material flew up from the altar and turned into a streak of green brilliance, shooting towards the treasure basin. At this moment, many people became anxious and took action one after another. All of you, come and help me. Pour all of your cultivation and magical power into my body. I'll use a technique. Yifan said in a low voice. While everyone was fighting against the divine bug and fighting over the immortal material, Yifan's group didn't move. Qi Luo, the monkey, Duanda, and the others circulated their magical power and poured it all into Yifan's body. He released a light shout and used the soldier character. This time, with everyone's help, he was able to display this secret to the fullest. In the distance, the treasure basin successfully collected the immortal tier's emerald, but before the two assassins could collect it, a clang sound rang out as the treasure basin fell out of their control and entered the ground. The two assassins went crazy and quickly dug into the ground. The others also rushed over and directly broke through the ground. Several holy weapons smashed over, startling the divine bug high into the sky. The two assassins raised their holy weapons and retreated while the others retreated for their lives. No one dared to block the awakened holy weapons, especially when 5 or 6 of them came at the same time. If they really fell, not even ashes would be left. Pang! The holy weapons didn't fall, but they blasted open the deep earth layer and revealed the treasure basin. A terrifying aura spread out, and the holy weapons confronted each other. No one was willing to give way. In the distance, Yifan's palm flashed. He used the soldier character to secretly collect the immortal material and put it into his body. The large black dog was so excited that he almost barked, but he forcefully restrained himself. He definitely couldn't give himself away now. In the end, the assassin used a secret technique to collect his own treasure basin and rushed into the distance without looking back. The holy weapons attacked from behind as he chased after them. Golden light flickered, and 4-foot-long god-killing bugs also chased after them. Each of them was equivalent to a half-saint, and they were extremely terrifying. The others who were ready to make a move stopped when they saw this. The cultivation and physical bodies of these 4 divine bugs were really terrifying. Without their holy weapons, chasing after them was practically seeking death. In the distance, the angry roar of the assassin traveled over. Obviously, he discovered that the immortal material was gone, but no one would listen to his explanation, especially those 4 divine bugs. If those 4 divine bugs torment those 2 old farts to death, that would truly be too wonderful. Duanda laughed mischievously, looking a bit vulgar. Everyone felt great inside. This type of result was even more gratifying than personally killing those 2 assassin giants. They all looked at each other and laughed. Not a single one of the great sage's people followed the rules, all of them bringing their holy weapons. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring demon jar merged together, or else there would be great trouble. We should save it for a crucial moment, the old blind man said. At this moment, those who didn't chase after them all moved, running towards the altar. They wanted to see if there were any other divine materials, all of them unwilling to give up. There were quite a few people who died at the edge of the altar. Blood flowed along those grooves, making the entire altar look incredibly sinister. Streak after streak of blood made the entire altar seem more lively. There were actually many carvings on its surface, all of them of true dragons, or perhaps it was better to say divine bugs, vivid and lifelike. This is a bit strange. What is this altar used for? The blood seems to have flowed into the altar. Could it be that there are even more precious things inside? Many people were incredibly bewildered. Even more people revealed apprehension, feeling incomparably worried, fearing that something bad was going to happen. There were a few people who were quite decisive, saying that they should immediately destroy this altar to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Hong. This sinister altar was extremely sturdy, but it was still blasted apart by all types of weapons. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, collapsing onto the ground. These blood grooves led to the altar's interior after all. The inside was already soaked in blood, drenched in a rather ghastly sight. In addition, the stone walls were completely black and red, waves of baleful energy pervading the air. Everyone couldn't help but break out into a cold shiver. One could imagine that endless years ago, this place was often infused with blood to carry out living sacrifices. There is a stone palace below this stone slab. Why is it sealed? Something's not right, blood can drip into the stone palace. Many people backed up in shock. The stone palace below the altar was extremely small, only a meter or so tall. It looked like a temple built for dwarves, an uncanny workmanship. Pang! Someone kicked open the stone palace. An expanse of blazing golden light immediately surged. In that instant, everyone's hearts trembled. Many people cried out loudly, and then they fled for their lives. Yi Fan immediately shook the cauldron above his head, releasing an expanse of 9 colored flames, protecting everyone within. This flame could even kill saints. Heavens, such a large god-killing insect, it must be a pure-blooded ancestral insect. Hurry and run. Everyone was incomparably terrified, rushing into the distance. Within the meter-tall stone palace, there were 2 creatures that were a meter long, coiling around like dragons. They were several times larger than the 4 from before. Needless to say, they definitely had the cultivation of an ancient saint. Even if they weren't pure-blooded ancestral insects, they weren't far off. A single one was enough to destroy everyone here. The lines of blood left on the blood grooves of the sacrificial altar would ultimately drip into the stone palace. The living sacrifice was only for them, and now they were being offered to them. This caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Who dared to stop? Yi Fan and the others were also flying back. If these 2 god-killing insects were to awaken and rush out, it was likely that no one who entered the ancestral temple would be able to survive. This caused everyone's hair to stand on end, and they didn't dare to stop. I say, did you guys see that? Those 2 divine insects are sleeping with their necks intertwined, guarding a mysterious stone box together, Duanda said as he fled. You damned fatty, you really don't give up. Look at the situation now, you're still thinking about treasures, Chi Luo cursed. The large black dog had the same moral character as Duanda, and said, I also saw that stone box's style is simple and unadorned, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. I feel that there's something shocking inside. Otherwise, why would the Yuhua god dynasty expend divine origin liquid to keep a few ancient saint-level divine insects alive and guarding it? They all saw that stone box and knew that there was definitely something heaven-defying inside, but who dared to snatch it at this moment? How could they obtain it? Chapter 909. Many cultivators fled for their lives, and many were almost scared out of their wits. These 2 insects lived up to their name of killing gods, and they were probably not too far away from pure-blooded ancestral insects. They had the cultivation of a saint, and their bodies were even more powerful. They could definitely kill saints, and no one could defeat them. Run! Everyone left without looking back, fleeing toward the small world of the temple on the 32nd level. They planned to leave this place completely and not go any deeper. At this time, it was difficult to have a saint weapon, and those who entered would probably all be killed. Only by using a sovereign weapon could they save their lives, but only a few divine dynasties and holy lands had one. However, when everyone fled, some people went the opposite way, directly rushing toward the small world of the temple on the 34th level, disappearing into the stone door in the blink of an eye. People's thoughts were different, and it was impossible for them to be the same. No matter what the situation was, there would always be lunatics who did not fear death. In the blink of an eye, the small world of the temple on the 33rd level was quiet. Everyone had fled, and even someone as powerful as Chi Luo, a half-saint, fled madly, not daring to pretend to be deep. I say, leader of assassins, with your fearless spirit of assassination, you can take the chestnut from the fire now, and bring out that heaven-defying stone box, the large black dog urged. Everyone saw that there was a celestial material on the altar, celestial tear green gold. Who knew what even more heaven-defying thing was in the stone box, because there were 2 saint-grade divine insects guarding it. Qi Luo did not say anything, and sat on the bull-like black emperor. He stopped running and treated it as a mount, almost making it kneel down. "Woof, you rotten old man!" the black emperor barked. Qi Luo did not want to be targeted by this black dog that could carve the great emperor formation, so it was not too much. He pushed off its body, and leaped forward. "Grave robber, don't you have a unique skill? You can also try." The large black dog did not give up, and moved closer to Duanda. Duanda's heart moved, and he actually wanted to stop, thinking. "Fatty, don't tell me you're really tempted. That thing even eats primordial spirits, and if you're caught, your body and soul will be destroyed," the old blind man warned. "I feel that stone box is really like a small coffin. Although it is only the size of a palm, its style is very similar to the legendary ancient coffin of the gods," Duanda said to himself. "Are there palm-sized gods?" The monkey sneered. He had survived since the immemorial era, so he knew more about the legends of the gods than everyone else. "Although it is too small, the style is right. I have studied ancient coffins a lot." Duanda pondered. "Let's go." Qi Luo kicked his butt. Now was not the time to be absent-minded, because his life could easily be in danger, and even he could not deal with it. "That's not right. Those 2 dragons or divine insects are dead. They aren't living creatures." Dongfang Yi suddenly opened his mouth. He had lived in the deep mountains all year round, so he was very sensitive to the qi of all kinds of wild beasts. The few of them were startled. The 2 god-slaying bugs did not chase after them. This was indeed illogical. That kind of existence that was even more powerful than the primordial vicious beasts would destroy the heavens and earth once it unleashed its might. At first, there were 4 half-sage level god insects that had revived and rushed out, giving people the impression that the 2 true dragon-like god-slaughtering insects were also alive. At this moment, they had already flown out of the 33rd floor. The stone door was still closed tightly. Looking inside, they did not see the 2 saint-level god-slaughtering insects. "It is very risky to go back like this. If they are alive, we will die for sure," Qi Luo said. "I will go back. Otherwise, I will also think of a way to go to the deepest part of the ancestral temple." Yi Fan said. "I am confident that the 2 divine insects really do not have life fluctuations." Dongfang Yi said with certainty. Savage's intuition has always been very accurate. He has been in contact with wild beasts all year round, so he is most likely not wrong. "There is no time now. Maybe the others will figure it out later," Duanda said. "How about this, don't all go in, just in case," Yi Fan said. In the end, he and Qi Luo carried the heaven-devouring evil jar with them and prepared to go in. At the same time, Ji Ziyue would not leave no matter what. She wanted to stay by Yi Fan's side. The others were waiting outside. The stone door was not closed. After Yi Fan and the other 2 went in, they began to imitate all kinds of miserable cries. It sounded very mournful and transmitted into the small world of the temple on the 32nd floor. The people who were running heard the mournful cries coming through the stone door. They were frightened and ran even faster. They were scared out of their wits. They knew that even the ancient saints would die with a grievance. As long as the 2 god-slaughtering insects were alive, they would definitely be invincible. Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and Ji Ziyue used the heaven-devouring evil jar together and let it hover above their heads. Black light fell down and tightly protected them. They returned to the front of the altar. Although the stone had been split open, the blood in the stone trough was still flowing. It formed an ancient and strange pattern and fell into the altar. The 1-meter-tall stone palace was almost perfect. It could be said to be the work of the gods. If it was magnified 1,000 times, it would definitely be a towering immortal celestial palace. The two god-slaughtering insects coiled around. Their whole bodies were shining. They were as domineering as real dragons. Their bodies were vigorous and powerful. They're really dead, Qi Luo said. Yi Fan carefully observed and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 holes in the divine source that sealed them. He didn't know which era it was from, but they must have come out before. Although they went back in later, the seal was broken in the end. Qi Luo broke open the divine source block and took out the 2 god-slaughtering insects. They were dead but not broken. Although their essence had almost dissipated, there were still traces of saint might. If not for the heaven-devouring evil jar, ordinary people wouldn't be able to approach the 2 divine insects the moment they left the divine source block. This was the power of the dragon-like divine insects. This is really good stuff. The ancient saints would usually return to the Tao after they passed away and refine themselves in the heaven and earth. Very few people could preserve their corporeal bodies. Qi Luo's one eye shot out a bright divine radiance. This was a rare divine material that could be used as an incarnation. One had to know that the corpses of the 2 divine insects were much more powerful than the bodies of the ancient saints. To the old killer, it was like a pair of divine wings. This really does look like a small coffin, Ji Ziyue said curiously as she took the stone box into her hand. The 3 of them carefully observed for a while and were all shocked. The blood dripping from the blood grooves would fall into the stone palace and then converge on this small stone coffin along the illusionary lines inside the stone palace. This was really strange. Were they going to use blood to water this peculiar small coffin? What was the use of this? They couldn't figure it out no matter how they thought about it. In the past, someone had once used blood to water it. Moreover, it was at least the blood of a saint. Ji Ziyue said. She used her delicate hand to caress the stone box. There were indeed traces of blood on it. Even though more than 200,000 years had passed and the essence had long dissipated, it was still the blood of a saint after all. It was still dark red and dried up on the surface. Yi Fan and Qi Luo felt their scalps go numb. What was this thing that actually wanted to use the blood of a saint to water it? Then, they immediately understood. The blood grooves on the destroyed sacrificial altar had a great use. It was not an ordinary living sacrifice at all. The blood grooves are flowing with saint blood. Even Qi Luo shivered. Could it be, as Duanda said, that this was a divine ancient coffin with something heaven-defying inside? Looking at the ancient carvings and patterns on the stone box, they felt a sense of vicissitudes. Let's leave this place first and find a place with no one around to open it, Ji Ziyue said. They turned into 3 beams of light and left this place. Very soon, they met up with the monkey and the others. Then, they entered the rainy night and disappeared into a corner. The small world of the 32nd level was dusky. The ground was dry and hard, the shadows of the trees were dancing, and there were ribbon-shaped black mists lingering about. This was an incomparably dangerous world. Heavenly generals roamed about, all of them having already severed the Tao. They were silent and powerful beyond compare. It was unknown how many people had died in this trial. Yi Fan and the others had just concealed themselves when many people rushed back. The Holy Lands had returned and actually brought back reinforcements. The might of Emperor weapons were overflowing. Tao friends, the situation has changed. The sects in the outside world have discussed with each other and have come to rescue everyone. Someone shouted loudly in the small world and spread this kind of news. He told everyone that the people from the various sects were no longer limited to 2 or 3 people. This is clearly a large-scale attack. Are they using Emperor weapons? The monkey was bewildered. Hong. Soon after, a strand of Emperor might rose, passing through the stone door and coming from the small world of the 33rd level. Yi Fan and the others saw an immortal sword that looked like an ancestral dragon floating in the air. It had an aura that could suppress all worlds, as if it could shatter the past, present, and future. Tai Sovereign Sword. This was the Tai Sovereign Sword of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. A group of people went up and pushed down the blood sacrificial altar. They inspected the inside and outside but found nothing. They all looked at each other in dismay. The danger of the ancestral temple is beyond imagination. The 4 great divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land are all worried. They are seriously negotiating with the various sections. The last few levels will most likely be even more dangerous. Without Emperor weapons, it will be difficult to advance. Everyone knew that the crucial moment had arrived. Now, the various sects didn't hesitate to use their trump cards. Who knew what would appear in the last few levels of the ancestral temple? Duanda fiddled with the stone box, turning it over and over. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then it became serious. When Yifan returned, he handed the stone box to the professional and watched it from the side. It could be called a coffin, but it didn't have a lid. It was refined into a whole body and seemed solid, as if it had been carved by someone. This really is a seamless divine coffin. Duanda's expression was extremely serious. He had raided tombs all his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a legendary coffin. His hands couldn't help but tremble. According to what he said, this coffin was terrifyingly old and was most likely something from the archaic era. The engravings on it were ancient, and there were things that looked like flowers, birds, fishes, and bugs. The monkey shook his head and refuted. There were almost no coffins in the archaic era, and the people of the various races didn't use coffins for burial. It shouldn't be something from that era. I don't know as much about the ancient races as you do, but I know much more about coffins than you do. There is no coffin from ancient times that I don't recognize. I only need to smell it to know what's going on, Duanda said proudly. He said that it wasn't that they didn't use coffins in the archaic era, but only those who were close to deities would have them. These people would occasionally use coffins to seal their subordinates who died in battle. Coffins seem to have a special meaning to those who were close to deities. I dare say that when your old man, the Emperor of Fighting, buried himself, he must have used a different coffin. It might even be more gorgeous than the eternal heavenly Emperor's enlightened tea tree coffin, Duanda said. His words made everyone speechless. Even the monkey couldn't find a reason to beat him up. Which one of you has seen such a small divine coffin? It's not even the size of my palm, Pang Bo sneered. That's true. How could a divine being use such a small coffin? But, why use 2 divine insects to guard it? Could it be that there is some kind of artifact comparable to a divine being? Duanda muttered to himself. He then stroked the patterns and was incomparably shocked. He saw some clues and said, "This is indeed an ancient coffin of a divine being, and it's the kind with a great origin. It should be buried above the 9 heavens." No one could remain calm. In the end, they decided that they should open it and take a look. If there really was a problem, they could directly throw it over to the Tai Sovereign Sword. Chapter 9-10. The few of them fiddled with it, but they couldn't open it. This is strange. Duanda kept pressing on those engravings. He definitely had to trigger a certain pattern to open it, but it was useless no matter how hard he tried. It was tightly sealed without the slightest gap. This small stone coffin was too sturdy. No matter how they looked at it, it was made of stone. They looked at each other in dismay. Apart from its simple appearance, it didn't have the slightest aura of a deity. "Leave it to me." The large black dog suddenly rushed over and finally found an opportunity. He bit Fatty Duan and ran away with him in his mouth. He lay on the ground and bit with all his might, using his large paws to press on the coffin, wanting to open it. In the end, his large teeth almost broke out, but he couldn't do anything to the coffin at all. He used his paws to cover his cheeks and howled in pain. The few of them laughed loudly. This greedy dog clearly wanted to steal the treasure, but it ended up tormenting itself for nothing. The stone coffin passed through the hands of Qi Luo, Yi Fan, the monkey, and the others. They circulated their divine power and poured it inside, wanting to trigger something. In the end, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, with no effect at all. This is undoubtedly a divine ancient coffin. It's terrifyingly ancient. Moreover, it should be buried above the 9 heavens, never sinking into the yellow earth. I don't know why it landed in the ancestral temple. Duanda's expression was solemn. He examined it again and carefully turned the stone box, pondering continuously. The coffin was only 4 fingers wide and less than the length of a palm. The engravings on it were very blurry, but after careful observation, one could see that there were suns, moons, stars, flowers, birds, fishes, insects, and so on. They were all ancient things that had existed since ancient times. The most mysterious thing was that in the engravings between the suns, moons, and stars, there were some extremely complicated tiny symbols that had almost been worn flat by time. This was seen by Duanda with his heaven's eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. This was also the basis for his judgment. Too much time had passed, and these strange flying symbols were too profound. The few of them tried to deduce them, but they still couldn't understand them. They could be said to be obscure and difficult to understand. Duanda judged that this palm-sized mysterious stone coffin most likely had an astonishing origin. According to the secrets of tombs he knew, this was an extremely ancient divine coffin, and there were many mysteries that he couldn't understand. The so-called not sinking into the yellow earth, not entering the mortal world, and being buried in the 9 heavens referred to being placed outside the sky, which was to be buried in the lonely universe, where it would travel alone in the eternal darkness. Because the mortal world wasn't enough to bury it, gods were flawless, even in death. Only the 9 heavens was their final resting place in the uninhabited universe. This kind of divine coffin that is buried in the 9 heavens has always been a thing of legend and has never been seen before. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty was really powerful. They even managed to get their hands on such a thing. Just how many star domains have they explored? Duanda was shocked. The others were all speechless. This unremarkable little coffin's origins were so great, it truly left them horrified. There was something extraordinary inside. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty was extremely prosperous. They had the 5-colored altar that led to the outer realm, but no one knew where they had been. Through what they saw today, it was enough to prove their unprecedented strength. Divine them was, the time, that's not necessarily the case. They might have given up on their rule. No matter what the situation was, it was a terrifying matter. It was full of mysteries and unknowns. They could glimpse a corner of the past, the extraordinary years of the heroes of their generation. They had supreme authority and combat strength. Is it also the coffin of a god? Yi Fan naturally thought of the ancient bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons. Comparatively speaking, it was even more majestic and majestic. Let's not talk about anything else first. Hurry up and open this coffin. The big black dog couldn't sit still as if his butt was on fire. He was more anxious than anyone else. In the end, Monkey became ruthless. All the golden fur on his body stood on end. He was born with divine strength. He grabbed the small coffin with both hands and pressed it on his legs, wanting to break it. In the end, he grimaced in pain and couldn't move. Yi Fan was surprised. He used all the strength in his body to break the small coffin. The golden blood energy in his body covered the sky and earth, but it was still useless. Drip some blood on it. Maybe this will open it, Jianghu said. She thought of the blood altar. Everyone was stunned. Hearing this, they nodded. Pang Bo and Dongfang Yi tried one after another. They dripped a few drops of blood, but it was useless. There was still no change. We might need the blood of a saint. Jianghu blinked her large eyes. Because there was dried blood on the stone box, the living sacrifice back then might have been to open it. In the end, everyone looked at Qi Luo. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint. The blood in his body should be very terrifying. Perhaps it could be used to open the mysterious stone box. You guys have to think carefully. If this palm-sized stone coffin is opened, who knows what will appear, Qi Luo said. Don't worry. I reckon we've brought the black gold cauldron of Alcade. If something big really happens, we can just throw it at them. We'll definitely be able to suppress them. The Black Emperor's cheeks were still hurting. He wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't open it. Beads of blood dripped from Qi Luo's fingers. Every drop was bright and dazzling, emitting a terrifying light pattern. He was usually all smiles. So it turned out that there was such a terrifying power hidden in his body. However, it was still ineffective. When the blood landed on the small stone coffin, there was no reaction. This made everyone feel troubled. Even Qi Luo, a half-saint, was unable to open it. Could it be that they needed a true saint? Maybe Yi Fan and Brother Monkey's blood can work. Ji Ziyue blinked her large eyes. Because these two people had special constitutions, they possessed the power of a heaven-defying bloodline. Let me try. Yi Fan received it. A golden bead of blood rolled down from his fingertip and dripped onto the stone coffin. In that instant, the stone coffin trembled. It really works. Give me a few more drops, the large black dog called out. From the looks of it, it wanted nothing more than to bleed Yi Fan so that blood could cover the stone coffin. When 6 drops of golden blood fell, the palm-sized stone coffin emitted a light, kacha, sound. A crack appeared on it, and a mark appeared on the stone wall that was originally a hole. This is really strange. Just now, it was a solid stone no matter how I looked at it. Now that the coffin lid is exposed, it can really be separated. The others all clicked their tongues in wonder. Yi Fan dripped another 3 drops of blood. With a kacha sound, the coffin lid was revealed. It automatically opened up a black crack, and a mysterious ripple flowed out. Step back. Yi Fan gestured. On the ground, there was only a small stone coffin. The others had already retreated far away. Yi Fan used the troop's secret character to open the coffin lid and used the goddess furnace to protect himself. He had to be careful, because only heaven knew what would happen when an immortal was involved. No one dared to be careless. Pa! The coffin lid landed on the ground. Apart from a mysterious ripple, there was no other abnormality. It was extremely quiet there, and only the sound of wind could be heard. This is only the outer coffin. There is another layer of coffin inside, Duanda said. The others walked over. Sure enough, there was a slightly smaller coffin inside. After taking it out, it was still tightly sealed, and there was not a single gap. It was obvious that blood was still dripping from it. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. This time, he dripped a total of 18 golden blood droplets. The small coffin absorbed them, and with a kacha sound, the coffin opened. The others were stunned after opening the coffin lid. They discovered that there was still a small coffin inside, and it was even smaller. No way. Duanda's expression changed. It's fine. Again. Yi Fan started dripping blood again. This time, 27 golden blood droplets dripped down, and only then did the coffin lid open. F***ck, there is another small coffin. The large black dog was about to go crazy, and he cried out strangely while covering his cheeks. However, he didn't dare to nibble on it this time. F***ck, how many layers are there? Pang Bo was also puzzled. Yi Fan didn't believe it. He kept dripping blood, and in one breath, he opened 6 layers. It was still a coffin within a coffin, and the last time, Yi Fan used up 54 drops of golden blood. The few of them were scared. They really wanted to smash it open, but they didn't dare to. There was definitely a big problem with this small coffin. It was actually a coffin within a coffin, and there was no end to it. It can't be 9 layers, right? 9 by 9 returns to 1. Monkey revealed a shocked expression, and his expression was dazed as if he had thought of something. Don't open it. This small coffin can't be touched now. If it is really opened, there will most likely be a heaven-defying change. I seriously suspect. Duanda's expression was very ugly, and a little pale. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, 99% real, meet the one that has returned. Dongfang Yi scratched his head and asked, what are you trying to say? Duanda said, I feel that this stone coffin was indeed fished back from outer space. It really has 9 layers, but it's most likely that it's not a god buried here, but the legendary ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty. F***ck, you're too ridiculous. Is the ancestor of the Yuhua god dynasty a mouse? It's too depressing to put him in such a small coffin. The Black Emperor didn't believe him. It looks small, but I feel that this thing can even store Mount Meru inside, Duanda said. I didn't mean that. I'm saying that the great emperor wouldn't let his coffin look so small, the Black Emperor said. He had followed Wu Shi before and felt that the great emperor was majestic and could sweep through everything. Brother Monkey, you don't look too good. What's wrong? At this moment, Yi Fan saw Monkey's absent-minded expression and couldn't help but ask him. I was still too young during the primordial era. My memories are a little blurry now. Monkey rubbed his temples as if he was trying hard to recall something. He said, I seem to have heard my uncle talk about the legend of the 9-story stone coffin. It can't be touched. After seeing it, one should pay respect and bury it in outer space, releasing it into the depths of the universe. When everyone heard this, their faces turned pale. They knew that they were in big trouble. After thinking carefully, they realized that the Yuhua god dynasty had offered this coffin as a tribute. That tribute was a piece of immortal material, immortal tears green gold. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Monkey said, I thought of something else. My uncle told me as a story back then. It seemed to have happened in the mythological era. It was said that the number 1 royal family second only to the royal family obtained the 9-story stone coffin. In the end, the entire family was destroyed. It was said that someone sent it into the depths of the universe later, which stopped the terrifying chaos. Could it be that the destruction of the Yuhua god dynasty is related to this small stone coffin? Everyone shivered. They thought of everything that was destroyed here and the huge palm print on the ancestral vein. That was a strike that shattered 1,000,000 miles. It was difficult to connect such a vast strike with such a small stone coffin. The altar where the small stone coffin is located is very particular. All of you should pay attention. We have walked through so many temples and small worlds, but only that level has a stone tablet engraved with the words 33rd heaven. The blind old man said. Everyone was stunned. Buried above the 9 heavens and placed in the 33rd heaven. In that case, did the Yuhua god dynasty notice something? Chapter 9:11. Qi Luo didn't say anything, and he started to cover the coffin layer by layer. Something astonishing happened. Every time the coffin lid was closed, it would turn into a complete body, and it would fit together seamlessly. When the outermost coffin lid was closed, it became a whole body, like a stone heart, as if it had grown together. Strange. Even Fatty Duan, who had been in contact with tombs all year round, couldn't explain it. What kind of power did this small stone coffin have? There's nothing more to say. If Yi Fan crosses the star field to leave, just send him into a spatial node on the way and bury him in the depths of the universe. There are some things that we can't touch. Qi Luo seemed to have noticed something, and his expression was extremely solemn. Duanda and the Black Emperor jumped up immediately. They were unprecedentedly in agreement. These two greedy and shameless fellows had 10,000 reasons to object fiercely. Duanda called himself a great archaeologist, and this was the first time he had seen such an immortal coffin. This would be a historical monument, and it had great significance to the human race. Although it wasn't suitable to open it now, he had to study it thoroughly with a sovereign weapon in the future. There was no need to mention the Black Emperor. He spoke extravagantly, bringing up the 9 revolutions heaven-defying and the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the end, he even raised it to the height of the life and death of the entire human race. However, everyone knew his bad habit. He couldn't leave after seeing a treasure, and he often killed the familiar. Obviously, his bad habit was acting up. In the end, the stone coffin was stuffed into Yifan's arms by Qi Luo, and he repeatedly told him that if he could really leave, he must bury this coffin in the depths of the universe. This thing couldn't be left behind. They followed the group of people in front and entered the small world of the temple on the 34th layer. As soon as they entered, everyone's expression changed. This place was too demonic. There were ghosts everywhere, and their ghostly cries made people's scalps go numb. What kind of world was this? It was incomprehensible. There were black shadows everywhere, and there were wild corpses everywhere. They were like grass and trees, covering every inch of land. Numerous black ghostly hands danced in the air, like an endless field of weeds. The eerie cold air made people shiver uncontrollably. Pang Bo was dumbfounded when he saw this. Dongfang Yi also staggered, and he hurriedly chanted the mantra of the war god. The large black dog's black fur stood on end, and it continuously barked. This scene was too terrifying, and it was inconceivable. Everyone was stunned. Everything was so surreal, like a nightmare. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Yin spirits before, but they had never seen so many at once. Is this still the human world? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it hell. This was a paradise for evil spirits. There was a mountain that looked like a volcano in front of them. Demonic mist lingered around it, and the mountain mouth took in and spat out black gas. Ghosts wept and gods howled, and evil corpses were densely packed there, constantly crawling out. The atmosphere was gloomy and gloomy. There were ghosts everywhere in this small world. The group of people who had gone against the god-slaying bugs had already entered this place a long time ago, but none of them survived. As soon as they entered, they saw their dismembered corpses. Damn, there are ghosts everywhere. There's a big one here, more than 4 meters long. Duanda, where did you go? Professionals, hurry up and use your ultimate move. I'll poke, catch ghosts. The Black Emperor shouted. At this moment, they were almost drowned out. Meanwhile, in front of them, the reinforcements from the Great Xia, Yao Guang, and other powerful holy lands were also shouting. There were fluctuations of holy weapons, and it was obvious that those people had encountered the same trouble. Ancient corpses and evil spirits appeared one after another. Their bodies were withered, and they were all skin and bones. Their eyes were empty, and their bodies were jet black. Their nails were as long as iron hooks, and they were incomparably vicious. Fatty, these are the experienced underground ghost warriors. Hurry up and attack. The old blind man also shouted. Motherf *Ker, I've roamed the world my whole life, but I've never seen so many ghosts, and they're all corporeal. Motherf *Ker, is this karma? Duanda cursed. His hands weren't idle, and he had already started to move. He grumbled and wrestled with the ghosts, and he wasn't careless at all. He grabbed a big ghost that seemed to be a ghost general, and he ruthlessly slashed it. However, this was to no avail. There were too many ghosts, and the sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Black iron hook-like claws collided with each other, and sparks flew everywhere. Duanda was also scared. How was he going to catch so many ghosts? Not to mention beating them all to the ground. Even if he killed a ghost in a corner, he would probably be crippled. Yifan protected Ji Ziyue behind him. These things were very disgusting, and there were all kinds of evil appearances that were hard to describe. "It's okay, I'm not afraid. It's fine as long as I'm by your side," Ji Ziyue said softly. Yi Fan couldn't understand why there were so many corpses and ghosts. The black mountain in front of him was majestic, and the mouth of the mountain seemed to be spewing out spring water. Those ghosts were endless, and they kept climbing out. At this moment, the entire small world was filled with ghost mountains and ghost seas, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Duanda shouted, "I understand now. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty really played themselves to death. The collapse of the first ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains was most likely because of them. That black ghost mountain should be connected to the dragon bloodline, and these ghost armies are the army they used to conquer the world. It would be an understatement to say that there are millions of them. There must be a reason why the first ancestral bloodline is filled with ghost energy." Everyone shuddered. This place was located on the ancestral bloodline of the Central Plains, and that volcanic cave definitely led to the underground ancestral dragon bloodline. What kind of result was this? The number one divine bloodline in the past was now spewing out ghosts. Damn it, back then, they must have captured all the dragons in the Central Plains, and in the end, even the god dynasty was sacrificed. This is most likely the reason. Duanda cursed. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. Everyone started to fight with the ghosts, and they took out all kinds of ancient weapons and magic treasures. Yi Fan's 9-colored flame burned an area, and with a sizzling sound, corpse oil came out of the ghosts' bodies. Duanda snorted, and he also scattered a large amount of blood soil on the few of them. A scarlet light overflowed, and there seemed to be a fiery red dragon rising from each of their bodies. It was dazzling, but it was cold and sinister. This was the Yama earth, and it was extremely wondrous. It was extremely useful against evil ghosts, and Duanda was using evil to suppress evil. The effects were clear. Once the Yama earth appeared, all of the surrounding ghouls retreated. Not a single one dared to approach, and the surrounding area became empty. The monkey and the others pulled about, removing the broken ghost hands from their bodies one after another. There were just too many ghosts just now, and they couldn't kill them all. They were powerful, shattering thousands, but they were still submerged. The fluctuations of several holy weapons were transmitted from the front. It was clear that the divine dynasty and holy land that wielded great weapons were going crazy. With so many ghosts, anyone who entered would have to bear a grudge. Only the ancient holy might could intimidate them. Roar, the small world of the 34th layer temple trembled, and a mournful and enormous ghost cry sounded. The heaven and earth rumbled together, and a ghost king crawled out from the black mountain. Its hair was disheveled, and its 2 eye sockets flickered like 2 divine lamps. It was several hundred zhang tall, far larger than the other ghouls. With a few steps, it descended the mountain, and with a stomp, the mountains and rivers collapsed. "This is a great completion, Ghost King, you have to be careful." A cry of alarm sounded from the front. Wang! The holy weapon was activated, and it attacked forward. However, the great completion Ghost King also had a weapon on its body. It was a white bone staff, a damaged holy weapon. Under its control, its power was peerless. Hong! Tens of thousands of ghosts covered the mountains and plains, and the human cultivators and ancient races also suffered disastrous losses. This ghost was extremely ruthless. It used the damaged holy weapon to attack the 5-colored divine tree. The white bone staff was shattered, and the world-shocking holy might was drawn out by it, wreaking havoc in front of it. It ignited its weapon soul to destroy all enemies. This was extremely decisive and didn't have the slightest hesitation. It could be said that this Ghost King's ferocity made people tremble. The great completion Ghost King had long since suffered serious injuries and was on the verge of death. It was blasted into the black volcano and collapsed. However, soon after, more than 10 Ghost Kings climbed up. Their bodies were wrapped in iron chains, and they filled up the mountain entrance. They spat out mysterious light, and divine chains of order covered every inch of space, trying to strangle everyone. Hong. At the most crucial moment, the number 1 offensive emperor weapon of the Central Plains appeared. The Tai sovereign sword transformed into an ancestral dragon. The dragon's head was the tip, the dragon's body was the blade, and the dragon's tail was the hilt. It chopped down. Without any suspense, the ancient great emperor's weapon was peerless. It shattered the vacuum and chopped down, splitting the entire Black Mountain in half. An ear-splitting boom rang out, and almost everyone fell to the ground. When the number 1 offensive emperor weapon, the Tai sovereign sword, appeared, the wind and clouds changed, and the sky lost color. Nothing could stop it once it appeared. This was a destructive attack. The countless ghouls were instantly destroyed, and the mountain that had been split in half quickly turned into ashes. Slashing apart the myriad worlds wasn't just empty words. If it was in the hands of a great emperor, it could really be done. The few Saint Masters had already activated it to unleash such an attack. Below the Black Mountain that had turned into ashes, there was a huge black hole. Looking down, there were ancient buildings in the earth veins, and there was a towering divine palace. That was the path to the 35th level of the palace world. No one dared to be the first to enter. The Tai sovereign sword of Grand Xia was like an eternal beam of immortal light, intimidating everyone. The group of Grand Xia's imperial clan entered the ground first. In the ancient vein, there were countless ghosts. An ancient temple was located there, and as expected, this place was connected to the number 1 ancestral vein of the Central Plains. It was just that the draconic qi had turned into ghostly qi. In the depths of the vein, there were countless skeletons and broken armors that would turn into dust with a single touch. They were all dead soldiers, and the countless malicious spirits were all transformed from them. The ghostly wails could be heard, and there were ghost kings hidden within. This was an extremely dangerous place with millions of army spirits bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, with the Tai sovereign sword in the air, not a single ghost dared to approach it. The people of Grand Xia pushed open the door of the temple and entered the 35th level of the palace. Roar! As soon as the extreme emperor weapon disappeared, all sorts of ghosts began to howl. Everyone's expression changed. The Holy Lands took out their saint weapons and rushed into the temple. Otherwise, who knew how many army spirits there would be? If all the soldiers of Grand Xia died here, even millions of ghost soldiers might appear. This was not a lie. Just the thought of it made one's hair stand on end. Let's go. If we can't use the heaven-devouring evil jar, then leave it for the crucial moment. Right now, we need to borrow the divine might of these people, said Qi Luo. Pay attention, we need to be on guard against some powerful enemies. We need to get rid of the heavenly prince, Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and the others. The monkey bared his teeth as the great rod in his hand flowed with black light. The 35th level of the palace was extremely quiet. The majestic palaces ahead were all deathly silent. Everyone who entered remained motionless. The Holy Lands, divine dynasties, and archaic clans were all quietly observing. The atmosphere here was extraordinary, and everyone could feel something strange. Finally, someone moved and walked forward. There were many stone inscriptions in the majestic ancient palace. The ancient engravings were all of the stone man in the shrine they saw before. The legends and myths all revolved around him. And in the ancient watchtower, there was a true divine statue. It was also that person, like a Buddha, but also like an old farmer. It was blurry and indistinct. This should really be the ancestor of the Yuhua God dynasty. The legendary Yuhua great emperor might really exist. Everyone trembled. You guys came. Suddenly, a voice came from an ancient watchtower. A Dao child walked out. He seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, but he spoke with an extremely aged voice. On the other side, a young girl with delicate features looked down from another majestic palace. She also looked down and said, "You guys are quite daring." Her appearance was pure, but her voice sounded like that of an old woman. "Who are you guys?" Everyone was horrified. The appearance of two Dao children in this place was too strange. They weren't ghosts, but rather people with flesh and blood who were conversing with them. "Don't you guys know? Haven't you already seen us in the stone inscriptions?" the two Dao children with aged voices said. Everyone shuddered. Looking at the stone carvings in the palace, they broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. The stone carvings that were suspected to be of the great Emperor Yuhua always had two Daoist children by his side, and they looked exactly like them. These are two living people. There is the accumulation of time on their bodies, and they have the aura of an ancient great emperor. The large black dog shuddered. He had experienced many things, so he instantly sensed something. The Dao children of the Yuhua great emperor? Everyone was stunned. The Yuhua great emperor is still alive? Where is he? Many people were scared. Sometimes, living people were far more terrifying than ghosts. The Yuhua great emperor is immortal, so he naturally exists in this world. "You guys have disturbed his slumber," the two Dao children said coldly. Chapter 9:12. One was a boy and one was a girl. They were both 11 or 12 years old. Their lips were red and their teeth were white. They were beautiful and full of spirit. Although they were young, they seemed to be old. Everyone became stupefied, shivering inwardly, all of them stunned. Were the words of these two clever and delicate little fellows true? All of this was too terrifying. Followed Yuhua the great emperor? It was incomprehensible. If it was true, there would be endless unfathomable mysteries. Tomb Raider, do you think these two are malicious spirits? The black dog felt uncomfortable. He lowered his voice to the lowest level and poked Duanda with his paw. "They are alive, but there is a strange aura on them. It makes my hair stand on end." Duanda couldn't help but shiver. He took out the death grass, Yama soil, and 9 underworlds embryo. Then, he sprinkled out the water of the yellow springs. It was as if he was performing a dance. He was chanting and dancing with joy. Those who didn't know would think that he was having a seizure. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. In the end, Duanda sat on the ground and said to himself, "I've been digging graves my whole life. I'm afraid I've met my ancestor today." The people of the Holy Lands and the dynasties didn't believe it. There were two theories about whether Yuhua the great emperor really existed. He was at least 300,000 years old. How could their children still be alive? Don't doubt me. Those two children have the power of time. I don't know if they have lived for 300,000 years, but I am sure that their physical bodies have existed for at least tens of thousands of years. A skinny old man from the Feng clan walked out. His expression was not good as he stared forward seriously. When this old man spoke, the Feng clan's divine lord and the Feng phoenix were beside him. Obviously, he had a great background and attracted many people's attention. What? He is not dead? Many people were shocked. It's him. Many people were stunned. The divine lords were all shocked. Some of the leaders of the great sects had only seen him when he was young. It was rumored that he had passed away 2,000 years ago. The previous divine lord of the Feng clan. He was someone from the same generation as Jiang Taishu. Although he wasn't as famous as Divine King Jiang and was known as the strongest in the eastern wasteland for 5,000 years, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. However, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. The fact that he could live for more than 4,000 years without dying was enough to explain everything. It was not a small miracle. The Feng clan's supreme divine lord was still alive and unfathomable. Everyone's expressions changed. People of this age would not lie. Could it be that the two children were no one dared to think any further. Everyone began to tremble. They looked at the two children with red lips and white teeth, and then stared at the stone engravings in the ancestral temple. They became even more scared. Why was Yuhua the great emperor's figure so indistinct? He was in the ancestral temple, and there should have been a golden statue, but his figure was too indistinct, as if he was in the mist. On the other hand, the two Daoist children were extremely lifelike, as if they had walked out from a stone wall. I don't believe it. No matter what time it was, there was no lack of audacious people. Everyone's thoughts were different. A few people shook their heads and sneered. One of the sect masters said, "I fear that some great power wants to cover the sky with one hand and scare all of us away. They purposely made these two children." He. In the ancestral temple, the two children walked together and looked down from above. The boy was laughing, making people's hair stand on end. His voice was coarse and old as he said, boasting shamelessly. "You even dare to come here and act so impudently. Who dares cover the sky with one hand and swallow this place alone?" He reached out a tender little hand and enlarged it in an instant. It was so fast that no one could react. He pointed forward and flickered with precious splendor. However, it was extremely cold. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. Pooh! Blood splashed out, and then there was a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned and terrified. The scene in front of them made them feel a chill run down their spines. That 11 or 12-year-old Daoist child had only used one finger to press a sect master to death. "Can you do it?" Yi Fan asked Qi Luo. "These two children are ancient saints, they are not people we can fight against." Qi Luo said solemnly. "What? These two children are ancient saints? Then, it can't be wrong. They must have followed great Emperor Yuhua before. Otherwise, how could they be so powerful?" Pang Bo and Dongfang Yi looked at each other in dismay. What was the Yuhua God dynasty trying to do? The two children beside their ancestor from more than 200,000 years ago were still alive. That mysterious great emperor might not be dead. What exactly happened in the past? Could it be that they really went into seclusion and gave up on their rule? Many people faintly felt uneasy. The number 1 ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains was not an ordinary place. Could it really be as they guessed just now, that they had designs on the progenitor dragon? Duanda said with a trembling voice, "They want to draw upon the draconic energy and ancestral bloodline of the entire Central Plains. The legendary ascension might be true. Ascending to immortality, this was the ultimate goal of the God dynasty. In order to achieve this, they had traveled to other star regions. Their strength was at its peak. They must have made a lot of preparations back then." Yi Fan and the others were scared. Just now, they saw so many malicious spirits in the small world of the temple on the 34th floor. Moreover, that black mountain was directly connected to the foundation of the former number 1 ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains. Anyone who thought about it carefully could figure out some things. It was too demonic. How big of a move did they make to turn the number 1 ancestral bloodline into a ghost bloodline? And now, even the draconic energy had turned into ghost energy. Ghosts cried and gods howled. It was a far cry from the past. More than 200,000 years ago, the number 1 ancestral bloodline of the Central Plains was overflowing with auspicious clouds. Rainbows crossed the sun and moon, glowing brilliantly like the residence of an immortal. "What is the meaning of this?" someone asked. "You intruded into the sleeping place of the great emperor, and you still ask us what is the meaning of this?" The two childlike ancient saints said coldly. At this time, other experts also sensed it. Even though the two Dao children restrained their auras, they still made people feel as if they were facing wild beasts. They were undoubtedly ancient saints. Many people from the ancient races also hurried over. Their faces were all pale. The people who came here were all super experts, and there was no lack of half-step saints among them. They were trembling with fear when facing the ancient saints. Everyone became silent. It wasn't that there were no people here, but it couldn't be considered an ownerless ruin. There were still 2 living saints guarding this place. Quite a few people even more so felt fear. Raiding the old lair of saints was purely courting death. We won't blame you for intruding into this place. After all, it has been covered in dust for many years. However, you need to apologize to the great emperor, said the 2 Dao children. Many people didn't say anything. Their hearts were in a mess, and they didn't know what to do. Were the 2 ancient saints really going to let them go? Apart from a few holy lands with emperor weapons, everyone else was anxious and fearful. The 2 Dao children indicated that the great emperor Yuhua was sleeping in the small world in front of them. He wanted them to go and apologize. The scene immediately became deathly silent. No one took a step forward. They couldn't figure out what they were thinking, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The great emperor Yuhua, he, lived in the small world of the holy temple. Was this real or fake? No one dared to move. The 2 Dao children pointed, and an ancient path led straight to the highest holy temple. The stone door there was tightly shut, and everyone was scared. If the great emperor Yuhua was really sleeping inside, then their actions were too laughable. The 5 regions would undergo a heaven-defying change. After a long time, this place was deathly silent. No one spoke. Only after a long time had passed did someone move. They really walked forward to see what was going on. Pulala, when a group of people passed through the depths of this temple, many demons with demonic wings flew out. They were actually hanging from the eaves. God descendants. Duanda immediately cried out, as if he suddenly thought of something. Many people were also stunned. When they had just entered the first level of the holy temple, they suffered heavy losses. Many of these sinister people hanging upside down from the eaves appeared, and they devoured the essence, blood and flesh of many experts, only leaving behind a set of human skin. Now, they appeared again. They are gods. Duanda cried out. He finally understood the identity of the Dao children. They had encountered the legendary living ancestors. The sound of flapping wings rang out continuously. The sinister people covered the sky and earth, but they didn't attack anyone. Every one of them was sinister and cold. The gods haven't transformed yet, but they are still here. Heavens! Duanda's heart was completely cold. He directly said that not to mention the Yama Earth, Yellow Spring, and 9 Netherworlds embryo were useless now. Even the entire Underworld King Palace might not be able to suppress them. These 2 Dao children were indeed not spirits. They had definitely been buried in an extremely profound land back then. Their primordial spirits had died, but their flesh hadn't been destroyed. After tens of thousands of years of nourishment, their flesh had been reborn and a new spiritual consciousness had been born. After death, they had reincarnated again. This was a heaven-defying change. They had escaped the punishment of the heavens. This kind of creature was incomprehensible. They learned everything at an astonishing speed and grew step by step. Sooner or later, they would be unrivaled under the heavens and be able to contend against the greatest existences. That's not right. Didn't you say that even if they were reborn in human bodies, they would have already severed their past? This is a new life form. They shouldn't remember their past and should only remember this life, said Yi Fan. Something must have happened during this. They obtained their past through other channels and were definitely reborn. This is a miracle of life after death. Duanda's expression was pale. This was the first time the fatty was at a loss and lost his sense of propriety. He had interacted with tombs all year round and knew that there were some taboo existences. These Dao children were one of them. Gods. In the back, everyone almost exploded. Everyone's scalps went numb. This was seizing fate from heaven and earth. This was an unfathomable type of good fortune. Since ancient times, everyone had their own lives. Who could open up a completely different life after death? Everyone's hearts trembled. They thought of many things. It seemed like too many things had happened in the Central Plains #1 ancestral bloodline in the past. The two Dao children could only undergo such a miraculous transformation after being buried in such a place. The male Dao child laughed coldly and said, "Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you all. Please enter the highest ancestral temple. You all are corpse deities. Why do you still remember your past lives? It was naturally the great emperor who awakened us, bestowing upon us the memories of our past lives." The female Dao child said. "What, he really is still in this world? Everyone, please enter." The male Dao child said expressionlessly. The girl waved her sleeves. The distant stone gate opened with a honglong sound, revealing the last small world of the temple. Hong. Endless auspicious multicolored light surged outwards. All types of auspicious light curled about. The inside was divine. Thousands of auspicious colors, tens of thousands of divine rainbows pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. Central Plains #1 ancestral bloodlines draconic essence all gathered here. Tens of thousands of strands of immortal light surged, scattering down on heaven and earth. Multicolored light shone brilliantly, brilliant radiance surging. An expanse of ancient temples rested within the mountain range, auspicious and divine. There were some temples that resonated with the great Tao, countless divine chains of order curling about them. Everyone could tell with a single glance that these were the insights of ancient saints. There were some temples that released divine multicolored light, illuminating the heavens. Scarlet essence and purple energy danced about. Needless to say, these were definitely world-shocking divine materials. There were also ancient temples that released waves of chanting sounds, as if someone was chanting unmatched great Tao scriptures. Countless ancient characters densely packed together, engraving themselves in the void, taking in and sending out endless divine splendor. Everyone went crazy. That was definitely a world-shaking ancient scripture. The most shocking thing was that a stone core was floating in the Central Plains #1 ancestral bloodline's only cave, rising and falling with the auspicious multicolored light, fluctuating with the rainbow. The ancestral bloodline released auspicious energy, absorbing the essence of all directions. What is that? Everyone was stupefied. Great Emperor Yu Hua. The two Dao children said expressionlessly. Chapter 9:13. The #1 ancestral bloodline of the Central Plains was still there, not completely destroyed. Auspicious multicolored light gushed out from the hole, and a stone embryo floated up and down. Great Emperor Yu Hua. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They saw such a heaven-defying scene with their own eyes. An ancient great emperor was still alive? The people of the world couldn't understand. One had to know that it had already been close to 300,000 years since that era. In the mountains, ancestral temples appeared one after another, grand and grand, simple and natural. They either emitted five-colored mist or were densely engraved with ancient scriptures. The sounds of sacrifices and chanting rang out together, creating a magnificent scene. These auspicious scenes made the ancient cave look even more extraordinary. The stone embryo was blurry, roughly in the shape of a human. It seemed to be sitting cross-legged, very rough, but it couldn't be denied that it had become the center of the world. This was a stone shell, and there should be something inside. It made everyone's heart pound. Was this the great emperor that the two ancient saints protected? Great Emperor Yu Hua, the world had always debated whether he existed or not. Was it confirmed now? A rather ancient great emperor that left behind traces of immortality. This is impossible. Great Emperor Wu Shi is already gone, how can he still be alive? The big black dog didn't believe it and didn't dare to call out. He roared in the hearts of Yi Fan, Qi Luo, and the others, expressing his doubts. He had followed a true ancient great emperor before and understood him very well. He always believed that Wuxia didn't die and went to the celestial realm. He didn't believe that someone could live for so long in this world. He wouldn't be the most ruthless living ancestor in history, right? The corners of Duanda's mouth twitched. After seeing the Yin god, he very consciously abandoned the 9 underworld embryo and the others. No one could do anything against this kind of thing. He spoke out his thoughts. Of course, he also used his divine sense to transmit his voice. More than 200,000 years ago, the Yuhua god dynasty most likely did something heaven-defying, which caused all of this. They must have gone mad back then. They most likely wanted to destroy the entire Central Plains, exhausting everything to nourish the stone embryo, which is the legendary Great Emperor Yuhua. Duanda also couldn't be sure. But he still muttered in his heart. The big black dog was right. No one could live for so long, even if he was an ancient great emperor. This was too exaggerated. He wasn't the only one who had doubts. The others also had an ominous feeling, especially the Grand Holy Master of the Feng clan, who stared fixedly at the stone embryo. "Why do I look like a holy spirit?" someone said in a low voice. There were quite a few people who were doubtful. After all, that was a stone carcass. Only heaven knew what was inside. This wasn't impossible. An immortal land like the first ancestral vein had gathered the essence of a great region since ancient times. It would be strange if it didn't give birth to anything. What are you all waiting for? Why aren't you kneeling to the great emperor of Yuhua and apologizing to him? The 2 Yin gods' voices were cold. Although they weren't big, their voices were coarse and old. Everyone became even more uncertain. Whether this stone core was a holy spirit or feather transformation great emperor, no one could say for sure. Their hearts all became extremely tense. It's not impossible for the Yuhua emperor to survive. The first-generation Heaven Source ancestral master once said that there's a limit to one's strength, but heaven and earth exist eternally, and immeasurable tribulations are always present. Those who truly understand heaven and earth can, in theory, not die, a dragon-seeking earth master from the Central Plains said. Yi Fan's heart stirred. Did the first ancestor of heaven Yuan Tian say something like that? He became a monk halfway and relied on himself to explore and comprehend everything. He had no idea. I don't believe that the Yuhua emperor is still alive. If he is, how did the great emperor appear later on? And how could he just watch as the Yuhua god dynasty was destroyed? Along the way, many people died. Many of them were devoured by the descendants of the Yin gods. Their children or parents were filled with hatred and spoke without any regard for the consequences. Clearly, the Yin gods didn't want to blame them. They sneered and said, "If it wasn't for the great emperor, how could we return to this world?" The methods of the ancient great emperors aren't something you can imagine. This was a mystery, but it wasn't unsolvable. They could find out about their past lives through other methods, but this tone still made people's hearts tremble. Whether the Yuhua emperor existed or not is a question. Why wasn't his name spread throughout the world and wasn't recorded in the history books? It's full of loopholes. Daring to question 2 ancient saints, it could be said that the god of longevity was tired of living. This person was the son of the sect master who was killed by a finger of the Tao child not long ago. He had completely thrown caution to the wind. The Yuhua emperor kept a low profile. Although he roamed the world for many years, he rarely appeared in the world. Who could compare to him, the Tao child said. Wrong. There has always been a rumor in the world. Even if the Yuhua emperor really was alive, he wasn't human. It's very likely that he was a holy spirit that proved his Tao. The man was very agitated. His eyes were red from the pain of losing his father. Everyone trembled. This was questioning the ancient saints. Not many people had the courage to do so. It could easily lead to death. What nonsense are you talking about? The 2 Tao children said coldly. They were obviously angry and felt that the name of the Yuhua emperor was being blasphemed. Although not many people know about this rumor, I believe that it's not only our lineage that has heard of it. The man seemed to be throwing caution to the wind. He said, "It is precisely because of this that the first thing great Emperor Vicious did after proving his Tao was to destroy the Yuhua god dynasty with a palm and then cut apart the broken heaven mountain range with a sword. This was simply earth-shattering. No one thought that he would dare to say such a thing. Many people had never heard of such a secret. They were all incomparably shocked. The matter of the Yuhua emperor being a holy spirit is not reliable." Duanda muttered and shook his head. The information he obtained from the ancient tomb was undoubtedly from the human race. It couldn't be false. However, he also knew that the broken heaven mountain range was the supreme celestial land of the Holy Spirit. It was rumored that it was indeed flattened by great Emperor Vicious alone, turning it into a barren land today. At this moment, the two Dao children's expressions were as gloomy as water. The girl waved her hand and the man who spoke just now flew in and fell into the small world of the highest temple. "All of you, go in and apologize." The two seemingly young ancient saints moved. With a wave of their sleeves, even those with holy weapons couldn't do anything. After all, they were facing existences of this level. Only undying inheritances like Grand Xia, Jiang clan, and Jiuli tribe could still be considered calm. At the same time, they revived their ultimate emperor weapons and were on guard. "Everyone, please go in. This is the land of the number 1 ancestral vein in the Central Plains. If you all attack with your ultimate emperor weapons, you might accidentally activate the essence of draconic chi beneath the ground. Who knows, it might cause the surrounding millions of miles to sink in." The two Dao children said expressionlessly. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was this a threat or a warning? The ancient saints were standing in this special place and were activating the first ancestral vein. If they wanted to destroy it, it would be a great disaster. However, they had an ultimate emperor weapon in their hands, and it wasn't just one. Even though they felt a chill in their hearts, they weren't like the others. This was because the saints didn't dare to face the attack of a great emperor head-on. They could only run and wait for an opportunity to attack. "No matter, we will advance and retreat together. Now that several emperor weapons have appeared, unless the great emperor revives to suppress us, even a saint will find it difficult to deal with us." A holy lord spoke. What he said was the truth. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't believe that the great Emperor Yuhua was still alive. Even if he went in, the emperor weapons in his hands could completely shatter the 36 ancestral temples and slash through the void. Everyone stood in the small world of the 36th level temple. No one charged into the ancient temple that was glowing with multicolored light and tens of thousands of strands of auspicious chi. They all stood in front of the dragon cave and watched the stone core rise and fall. "Great Emperor, your sacrificial offerings have arrived. There are a few imperial weapons. This is going to be a feast, and I summon you back. Come back to life." Two Dao children stood in front of the stone gate, mumbling something that sounded like an ancient curse. Everyone who heard them felt their scalps go numb. Dao patterns flickered beneath everyone's feet one after another. They lit up with brilliant divine radiance and were filled with a type of demonic fluctuation. Immediately, someone shouted loudly, "The stone core wants to suck dry the essence energy of this world and turn us into dust. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Damned deities, they really don't have good intentions after all. They want to get rid of us. What great Emperor Yuhua? He would have long died." The Black Emperor shouted, inciting everyone to attack together. They had the heaven-devouring demonic jar, so they weren't scared at all. However, something shocking happened. A golden holy sword hacked over, cutting the stone core in half on the spot. Everyone was stupefied. A magnificent stone core that was suspected to contain the great Emperor Yuhua was actually cut apart with a single strike. Moreover, it wasn't done by an emperor weapon. No one dared to believe this. What? How could it be like this? Great Emperor! The two Dao children cried out loudly. They rushed into the ancient cave that was surging with immortal light and draconic energy to examine the two halves of the stone core. Feather-like light flew out one after another. The two halves of the stone core were empty without any figures. Only this type of light was disappearing, and a strand of Emperor might was spreading. Ascension. Even if the great Emperor Yuhua stayed inside before, he has already ascended. Many people cried out in alarm. This was the reign of light after ascension. Even if there was an unmatched existence that lived within the stone core, he had long transformed into the Tao, disappearing into the natural laws of heaven and earth. Impossible. 6,000 years ago, the great Emperor Yuhua revived from the ancestral vein, awakening us as well, bestowing upon us the memories of our past lives, having us protect the highest holy temple. Where did he go now? How could a holy weapon cut through his stone core? It's simply impossible. The two Dao children cried out crazily, finding this reality hard to accept. They loudly called out to the great Emperor, their pupils standing up, as if they were going to go mad. He is definitely in the innermost depths of the ancestral vein. The two seemingly young ancient saints turned into two streaks of light, disappearing into the ancient cave, rushing into the depths of Central Continent's ancestral vein. They wanted to find the result. Everyone was stupefied, no one expecting this kind of result. They were all stupefied, unable to say anything. The two Dao children were definitely tricked by someone, but they deserved it, actually wanting to use us as living sacrifices. From this, it isn't hard to see that there really was a terrifying existence 6,000 years ago, one that was extremely cruel, most likely a terrifying Holy Spirit. Otherwise, how could these two powerful Dao children be tricked? The Black Emperor came to this conclusion. What are we still waiting for? There isn't much time left, let's go seize that broken green cauldron. There is most likely a powerful Holy Spirit in the depths of this ruined ancestral vein. Hurry and engrave the Ascension Immortal scripture. Everyone deduced that there might really be an unmatched existence here. They had to move now, or else they wouldn't have time to obtain everything here. Wang! A streak of blinding light swept over, hacking towards Yi Fan and the monkey at the same time, the cold energy penetrating into their bones. Heavenly Prince, you won't be able to leave today. The monkey shouted loudly, brandishing his club, hacking forward murderously, killing the Heavenly Prince's Dao protectors and others. Chi! A sharp streak of sword light flew over, hacking towards Yi Fan's head. His eyes shone with deep divine light, his golden fist shattering all of the killing intent. Then, with a chong sound, he operated the army formula, killing that ancient race expert. He seized the sword in passing, holding it upside down as he walked forward. There were more than 10 ancient race experts, no lack of Dao severing experts among them. They formed a killing formation, rushing forward to strangle Yi Fan together. Setting up a formation against me here? Yi Fan was incomparably cold. With a stomp, the draconic energy underground surged, forming a heavenly origin divine formation, quickly extending outwards. Pooh! There was an ancient race expert who turned into a bloody mist on the spot, his body and spirit wiped out. Yi Fan's feet moved with the row formula, slaughtering his way into the crowd as if there was no one there. In this place, I am unrivaled against you all. Yi Fan held the divine sword dripping with blood in his hand. He hacked out horizontally, sword energy rushing into the heavens. In almost an instant, 4 heads flew out, their primordial spirits all dead, their corpses separated. His black hair fell over his shoulders, his gaze cold, and his steps firm. He advanced step by step, forcing a group of ancient race experts to retreat. This was the Yuan Taoist master's main battlefield. They couldn't understand it, and they didn't know. Up ahead, the ancient temple surged with all types of immortal light. Auspicious multicolored light was bright, overflowing with divine radiance. It was full of holiness and auspiciousness, like the temple of an archaic deity. The ancient race went crazy. They came for the green cauldron, charging forward to search for it. The human race cultivators were also roaring loudly. The ancient sage's insights turned into tangible characters, densely covering the top of the palace. They were mysterious and dazzling. Ancient characters flickered one after another, and the ancient sage's divine will imprints trembled, resonating with the great Tao. That was a place that made people go crazy. There was no one who wouldn't be tempted. As long as they obtained a single thing, they would enjoy endless benefits for the rest of their lives. Even those palaces that didn't shine and didn't resonate with the great Tao were tempting. Countless figures pounced forward. They knew that those places might be more valuable because they had the power of the seal. Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty ruled over half of the central continent. They were invincible. Even this ancient planet couldn't stop their footsteps as they advanced into the starry sky. Yi Fan was like a demon king, killing 10 people with a single sword strike. The ancient race experts just now all ran away, no one dared to block his path. Those who attacked in the dark were also cut into dozens of pieces with a single sword strike. Blood and broken bones splattered everywhere. Ji Ziyue followed closely behind him. The Black Emperor, Qi Luo, and the others also followed. Old Blind, Duanda, and Dongfang Yi went to help Monkey. Pang Bo said, "Be careful of Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. I have a premonition that this place will turn into a blood-stained Azura field. If we don't kill until rivers of blood flow today, it won't stop. If we can really ascend the 5-colored sacrificial altar, we must kill all the enemies. We can't let the battle continue to Earth. Otherwise, it will be a great disaster." When everyone was in a chaotic battle and charging towards the highest ancestral temple, an old man silently appeared at the stone door of the final layer of the small world. If there was an ancient race expert here, they would definitely be shocked because it was actually the great sage Hunchuo. Is the Yuhua Great Emperor really still alive? I can indeed sense a wisp of the aura of an ancient great emperor here. He held a shrine in his hand and stared at the stone man inside. In today's world, the sages don't show themselves. Why have you come? Another person was ill and hazy not far away. It was Gai Jiuyo. Great sage Hunchuo turned around and said, "I'm only here for that thing in the first ancestral bloodline. I'm afraid it will massacre the world." Chapter 9:14. In the final small temple world, shouts of war shook the heavens. This was originally an auspicious world overflowing with brilliant colors, but at this moment, it was shrouded in a bloody mist. In this short period of time, it was unknown just how many cultivators died. Reinforcements came from all sects, and it was no longer limited to just a few people like before. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds in this place. Ah! The Tao One Holy Land Saint Child died. He let out a miserable scream, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He didn't even know who the killer was, and he was assassinated by someone. His life was originally going to be wonderful, but in the end, he died in these ruins, losing the qualifications to become a supreme being of a sect. Pooh! A female living fossil from the jade pool was cleaved in half, and even her soul couldn't escape. She turned into a gorgeous rain of light and dissipated where she stood, her body and soul destroyed. This place was incomparably cruel. For the sake of fighting over the divine treasures in the ancient temple, heroes from all walks of life were showing off their might. They charged forward without any regard for anything, displaying all sorts of divine abilities. That's the primordial 4-killing technique. Wasn't it lost a long time ago? How could there still be people who can use it? Qi Luo was astonished. He stared at the dazzling light in the distance, and in the end, large numbers of people collapsed. Their bodies weren't harmed, but their primordial spirits turned into dust. In the mountain region, all sorts of wondrous techniques were displayed. Everyone used their ultimate moves. One was to protect themselves, and the second was to surpass others. They wanted to be the first to enter the temple they chose. There were most likely immortal materials here, and if they could obtain one or see a scripture, it would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their lives. There were a total of 81 ancient temples in this small world, and every single one of them had extraordinary things. As a result, every single place became a battlefield. Astonishing killing intent erupted, blood and white bones were everywhere. Since they already came here, no one would back out. The most magnificent Great Hall was the most miserable, because that was the center of the entire small world. Not only were the human experts fighting, but the ancient race experts were also rushing forward, all of them wanting to be the first to enter. In particular, the various ancient clans seemed to have gone mad. They slaughtered until their eyes turned red, shouting and roaring. They were all frantically searching for that damaged green cauldron, treating this treasure as their own lives. Although the human cultivators knew that the cauldron had an unimaginable significance, they didn't expect that the royal clans and imperial clans that had ruled the world since ancient times would care so much about it. They didn't even feel sorry for losing their lives, paving the road forward with blood and bones. This place became an Azura's killing field. Corpses were everywhere and blood formed rivers. The sacred and auspicious ancestral temple was surrounded by a layer of blood energy that merged with all types of auspicious colors. It was truly terrifying. This was the prelude to death. Everything had just begun. Lives were dissipating, and a large number of powerhouses had fallen. People went crazy for the Yuhua God dynasty's immortal treasury. War cries shook the heavens. Large amounts of cultivators continuously entered this small world. Blood flowed, corpses piled up into mountains, magical treasures and other things fluttered about in the sky, brilliant and resplendent. Everyone forgot everything else, only fighting and killing in front of them, all of them wanting to obtain immortal treasures. For Yi Fan, the scriptures and the comprehension of the ancient sages were indeed precious, but they were far inferior to the secret of traversing the star regions. He didn't rush to the most magnificent ancient temple in the center, but entered a place that seemed to contain ancient books. Of course, this place wasn't that easy to enter either. Although it wasn't as precious as the temple guarding ancient cauldron, there were still quite a few ancient books here. Naturally, it also attracted a large number of people. Scriptures triumphed over everything. Perhaps there were all kinds of lost wondrous techniques that no one knew about, or perhaps there were all kinds of immortal ascension secrets that the Yuhua God dynasty was searching for. There wasn't a single sect that didn't want to sweep everything away. Yi Fan was the first to open up the path. With a punch, the bones and tendons of the ancient race experts in front of him were all broken. Their bodies emitted an explosive sound before they shattered. No one could contend against him. They finally rushed into a palace hall and searched everywhere. There was a paragraph of text on the wall that emitted rays of auspicious light. There was even a scarlet divine chain swaying in the wind. This is a strange secret technique that seems to be very difficult to cultivate. Forget about it, let's take it. Qi Luo made his move. His fingers were like blades as he dug and engraved the stone wall. However, it was incomparably difficult. It contained a formation that protected the ancient temple and was difficult to destroy. The few of them were astonished. It had already been more than 200,000 years. Ordinary holy weapons had already decayed, let alone the buildings. He took out the hell soul-suppressing pagoda and swept out with all his might. Finally, he dug out this stone wall. Old thing, you are ruthless enough. Remember to let me see it first when we go back. When the time comes, I'll help you carve a mountain-protecting formation, the big black dog said. They believed that the others would also be like locusts passing through. Wherever they passed, they wouldn't leave anything behind. If it wasn't for the fact that a half-sage had already tried to take away a large area of the ancestral temple and failed, not even a blade of grass would be left in the last small world. Let's go, continue searching. We must definitely kill our way into their scripture depository. I believe that there must be all kinds of secrets about traversing the star domain there, Pang Bo said. It was still Yi Fan who opened up the path in front. Above his head was the myriad energy cauldron, and in his hand was the god-striking whip. No one could stand in his way. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't hold anything back. His cultivation level rose to its peak, and he could sever his Tao at any time. Golden blood chi soared into the sky, and he was as dazzling as a saint emperor. Moreover, he had comprehended the heaven origin technique to a whole new level, and he wasn't far from becoming a heavenly master. Dragon chi surged up from under his feet, forming multiple divine chains of order that connected to his body. It was as if a pair of immortal phoenix wings had been planted on him, and he could move unhindered through the world. He covered dozens of meters with each step, and almost instantly entered the next palace hall. Several dozen elites discovered him, and their expressions all changed. Now that the name of the saint physique of the human race had shaken the world, how many people wouldn't be afraid? Who dared to compete with him head-on? There are so many of us. One of them roared loudly. However, everyone else retreated, and quickly disappeared from this palace hall. Yi Fan wouldn't show mercy. He wanted to return to his hometown, and his hope might be right before his eyes. If he could find the scripture depository, he would be able to start his journey back home. Anyone who obstructed him would be his greatest enemy. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes, shooting into the immortal foundation of this person. A miserable scream rang out as half of this person's head melted. He died a violent death. What's going on? There's still an incense stick that hasn't been completely burned. How can this be possible? Even Qi Luo was stunned as he stared at the incense burner below the divine statue. Yi Fan and Ziyu were puzzled as well. They came closer and observed carefully. There were very few things in this great hall, and there were only a few praying mats. In the center, there was a stone man that was worshipped, and it was exactly the same as the one in the shrine earlier. It was just that this stone man was much larger. The incense burner below was made from violet copper, and there were images of clouds, mountains, flowers, birds, fishes and bugs engraved on it. Smoke permeated the air, bringing with it a sandalwood fragrance that could calm one's heart and soul. This fragrance could allow one to swiftly enter the Tao realm. This isn't an ordinary incense stick. It's made from the branch of the divine tree that contains the most divinity. It isn't a true incense stick, it's made from the dragon chi of the earth. After all, the Black Emperor had followed Immortal Emperor Wuxia before. His knowledge and experience weren't something ordinary people could compare to. This was a place of worship, there was nothing else. However, everywhere the Black Emperor passed by, not even a single crooked melon would be left behind. With a puff, it grabbed the incense burner and kept it into its spatial treasure. Yi Fan and the others passed through 4 ancient temples consecutively. With a team like theirs, there were very few who could fight against them. When they entered the 5th ancient temple, an intense battle finally occurred as they encountered a powerful opponent. It was because this place had the comprehension of an ancient sage. One could clearly see ancient characters engraved in the void. A group of people gathered here, all of them wishing to seize this scripture's meaning. When Yi Fan entered, a group of people immediately backed up, not daring to face him head-on. However, there was a Tao-severing existence here, and there were quite a few ancient race experts as well. They couldn't give up on the comprehension of a saint. An expanse of light swept over, turning into an expanse of divine chains of order. Yi Fan's black hair scattered about. The tyrannical 6 Tao reincarnation's fist smashed out. Heaven split and earth collapsed. 6 indistinct ancient cosmos evolved, immediately surrounding a group of enemies. In that instant, quite a few people were blasted into bloody chunks and shattered bones. Then, they evaporated into a sphere of light, completely erased from this world. Those from the Tao-severing realm shouted angrily. There were even imperial experts from the primitive lake among the ancient race's people. They hated him greatly, so there was no way they would back off like this. All of them rushed forward. Yifan released a great roar from his mouth. That was the Buddhist sutra. The people at the front immediately broke apart into pieces. Many of them coughed out blood and flew backwards. No one could stop him. Hong! At the same time, streaks of patterns rushed out from beneath Yifan's feet. Dazzling light flew out from the top of his head. This was a heavenly wondrous technique. Behind him, heavenly divine chains interweaved to form light. It was like the divine wings of an immortal phoenix, sweeping through all those who were injured and sent flying backwards. Pooh, pooh, many people were pierced through by the blood-colored divine chains, piercing through the space between their brows. No one could stop them. Miserable cries sounded, and those who rushed forward almost all collapsed. Swoosh! A streak of dazzling immortal light flew over from the other side, directly aiming for Yifan. Its destructive power was astonishing. The few Dao-severing experts who hadn't died were all shocked. They quickly opened up a path for it. Pang! Yifan hacked out with his sword finger, but his body trembled intensely. He immediately knew who had arrived. This was the power of ascension. Back then, even he, who had a divine physique, suffered greatly. During the Great Battle of Qinling, he had lost too much blood and suffered serious injuries. This was the supreme wondrous technique of a vicious person. Quang! The doors of the ancient palace were blasted open, and the few Dao-severing king tiers were all sent flying back. Hua Yunfei was dressed in blue, and he was as otherworldly as a banished immortal. His face was filled with calmness. Standing beside him was Li Xiaoman. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her hair danced in the wind. Her cheeks were as fair as jade. She walked in gracefully. Behind them followed an elder. He was a half-saint, and his terrifying power was not inferior to Qi Luo's. His entire body was hidden in darkness. It's him, the person who appeared not long ago. He has the aura of an extreme emperor weapon that has accompanied him for many years, the large black dog said. Li Xiaoman, you still have the face to face us? Pang Bo shouted loudly, anger written all over his face. They had all come from the other side, but now, they were facing each other in life and death. How bold! In the battle that year, you almost killed me, and you still dare to appear before me? The large black dog withdrew his gaze from the half-saint, and stared at Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. If you dare to come, you naturally have no fear. Hua Yunfei was still fearless, and he was as graceful as a celestial being. Yifan stepped forward, and faced Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman alone. His expression was very calm, and he said, "It's time. Let's settle this once and for all." Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, and that half-saint stepped forward together. A powerful aura surged out, and the entire ancient palace began to tremble. Qi Luo's eyes narrowed, and he stared at that half-saint. Killing intent flickered in the crack between his brows. When the other Dao-severing elites who had luckily survived saw this, they could only retreat. They could no longer interfere in this place. Since we have come, we will settle this once and for all. Hua Yunfei stepped forward, and Li Xiaoman's killing intent also pervaded the air. I will kill the two of you alone. Yifan's black hair danced in the wind, and cold lightning flashed in his eyes. He walked forward alone. I will deal with the two of them together with you. I will suppress Li Xiaoman. Ji Ziyue stepped forward, and stood beside him. Her purple dress fluttered lightly, and she looked incredibly ethereal. Chapter 9:15. Ji Ziyue's long eyelashes trembled as her big eyes blinked. Her smile revealed her dimples, making her look like a fairy. She was clever and quick-witted, possessing a transcendent temperament. Her eyes were like water, her black hair was like clouds, and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked as if she would fly away with the wind. She was as beautiful and transcendent as a fairy. Her eyebrows had a poetic charm and she was untainted by the mortal world. Li Xiaoman looked at the beautiful Ji Ziyue and then at Yi Fan. Her expression froze, and her eyes flickered with light as if she was recalling something from a long time ago. Her expression was a bit strange. Her fingers in her sleeves were clenched tightly, but she soon recovered her indifference. She stared at Ji Ziyue, and golden vortexes appeared on her flawless body. There was a god sitting cross-legged in each vortex. The two of them were facing each other, forming a powerful domain. The space distorted rapidly, making it difficult for light to penetrate. The space between them looked a bit blurry, and the Dao executioners who hadn't left retreated. Ziyue, you don't need to do anything. I can suppress the two of them alone. Yi Fan took a step forward and protected her. He looked straight at Li Xiaoman, and his vigorous golden blood qi made everyone's heart palpitate. They hadn't seen each other for many years, but time didn't leave any traces on Li Xiaoman's face. She looked the same as before, but she was no longer the same as before. Many things had changed. Li Xiaoman also looked over. Her eyes were clear, and her skin was snow white. She looked very cold, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. The two of them didn't say anything. The atmosphere was very tense. Yi Fan slowly raised his hand and used the embracing mountain seal as a stance. He was about to attack with great force. Don't you want to ask why? Finally, Li Xiaoman spoke. She was calm and natural as she looked into Yi Fan's eyes. Is there a need? Since you attacked Pang Bo and the others, you didn't even let little Nan Nan go, wanting to kill her. Today's ending was already decided. Even if you have 1,000 reasons, you can't wash away the blood on your hands. Yi Fan's words were powerful. He was fearless even when facing the half-saint in front of him. Li Xiaoman, you're really ruthless. We're from the same place, why are you so cruel? Pang Bo angrily asked loudly. Li Xiaoman smiled. The light in her eyes was unfathomable. She said something inexplicable, I can already see the end of the fated battle. A predestined ending? Yi Fan laughed loudly, but there was killing intent pervading the air, bone-chilling coldness as he said, I hate the word fate the most. I only believe that in this life, I am invincible in this world. I can crush everything that stands in my way and grasp everything. What fate? What destiny? What destiny? All of that is illusory. You haven't changed. You're always so conceited. Li Xiaoman smiled brightly, but there was a trace of disappointment in her eyes. At this point, I only have one question. Are you still the real Li Xiaoman? Yi Fan's eyes shot out two sharp beams of light that turned into tangible light beams. They were incomparably dazzling and threatening. What do you think? Li Xiaoman smiled. All the strange expressions on her face disappeared, and she regained her calmness and composure. Li Xiaoman, what exactly happened? If there's anything, tell us directly. We can pull you back, Pang Bo said seriously. There's no need to say more. She has long changed. There was a trace of sadness in Yi Fan's voice, and there was even a trace of coldness in it. His eyes grew colder and colder. Thinking back to the past, it made people sigh. They were originally a pair of lovers, but now they had to fight to the death like this. Even if they didn't have this layer of relationship, they were both on the other side of the world. Such a battle was also a kind of sorrow. Erasing everything in the past with a single sentence. You are treating me as a mortal enemy to be killed. How disappointing, Li Xiaoman said. What's the difference? Didn't you come here to settle things with me? In a battle to the death, do you still want to put on an act? Yi Fan's mountain-embracing imprint materialized. This is a predestined battle, and the curtains must fall. There must be a result today. Li Xiaoman's tone also turned cold. Then let's fight. With a boom, Yi Fan struck out with the mountain-embracing imprint. It actually enveloped both Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei below. A black mountain peak filled the palace, as if it was opening up a world, pressing down on every inch of space. Boom! Li Xiaoman let out a light shout, and the 365 golden vortexes around her started to revolve at the same time, emitting waves of sacrificial chants. It was as if a god was about to be resurrected and descend to the earth. Strands of golden light shot out, slashing towards the black mountain. It looked awe-inspiring and filled with killing intent. It would decide life and death in an instant, without the slightest bit of mercy. Hua Yunfei was naturally not a weakling. In the current generation, there was almost no one who could match up to him. In so many years, he entered ancient tombs and searched for cemeteries. Not only did he dig up all kinds of king physiques, he even entered a great tomb and obtained the corpse of a saint. The heaven-devouring demonic art shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Back then, the ruthless person only had a mortal body, yet he used this art to become unrivaled under the heavens. Even if you were a heaven-warping genius or an unrivaled hero, you were not his opponent and all of them died. It could be said that even though the ruthless person was innately unsuited for cultivation, he had stunning talent. His mortal body created the most terrifying heavenly art since ancient times. This was what made people revere him the most. Moreover, a genius like Hua Yunfei had cultivated since he was young. Even if he did not have this art, he could even kill king-level figures without hesitation. A black vase took form above his head. Black light flickered, and strands of black divine chains dropped down. With a wang sound, the void trembled greatly. Boom! The great Tao vase shone with millions of rays of light, and it was similar to the heaven-devouring demonic jar. It streaked across the sky like a black demonic star, smashing towards Yifan. The black waves almost caused the ancestral temple to collapse. If not for the protection of the ancient sages' formation patterns, nothing would be left. The black mountain collided with the strands of golden light and the great Tao vase. Brilliant light burst forth, and circles of ripples spread out, alarming everyone in the ancestral temple. Qi Luo took a step forward and confronted the half-sage. The battle between them was also on the verge of breaking out. The Black Emperor Fangs also prepared to make a move. Ji Ziyue stopped it and personally fought against Li Xiaoman. Her graceful body overflowed with strands of immortal light and resisted the 365 golden vortexes. Ziyue, there is no need for you to make a move. I can deal with her alone, even if the two of them come at me together. Yifan's killing intent turned into a divine flame, throbbing in front of his forehead. This might be the last battle before you leave. I want to fight alongside you. I will not take a step back. Let me deal with her. Ji Ziyue's eyes were misty as she said stubbornly and seriously. Yifan no longer tried to dissuade her. He sighed in his heart, and his eyes suddenly blazed with incomparable brilliance. He stared at Hua Yunfei and attacked with his full strength. His fist force shook the world, and there was an air of supremacy about him. Just what I wanted. This time, I wanted to have a fair battle with you. Now, I can go all out. Hua Yunfei shouted. Ah! Yifan roared loudly. The Buddhist mantra was shouted, shaking the heaven and earth. This time, he roared with all his might. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before. Because he was a little worried about Ji Ziyue. This roar not only enveloped Hua Yunfei, but also formed a light beam that shot towards Li Xiaoman. Countless patterns interweaved. This mantra was developed to the extreme by Yifan. Countless ancient sounds resounded in the light. It was as if 3,000 great Buddhas were chanting, or 3,000 ancient demons were roaring angrily. In the boundless light, one figure after another appeared. They were like ancient Buddhas, or ancient demons. They were either dignified or overflowing with demonic might. The 3,000 figures raised their hands in unison, suppressing the two people in front of them. When the 3,000 figures became clear, everyone saw that they were all Yifan. This kind of miraculous scene shocked everyone. It had always been Buddha who enlightened others. Now, it was Yi Fan who enlightened others. He used the 9 secrets of Taoism to convert everything to his own use. The sound of resounded in the world. The 3,000 Yi Fan figures were like gods or demons. They suppressed Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman together. All kinds of roars caused the entire small world to tremble, about to collapse. Li Xiaoman was sent flying. Ji Ziyue soared into the air like a fairy and chased after her. She said, "Little Yi, don't worry about me. I'll let you see my strength." Almost no one had seen Ji Ziyue make a move, but her strength was astonishing. Back then, when she said she wanted to suppress her brother, it was not a joke. This caused Pang Bo, who was not far away, to sweat profusely. On the other side, Yi Fan's world-shaking roar shook Hua Yunfei so much that blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Even the corners of his eyes and ears were dripping with blood. However, his eyes became even brighter. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Hua Yunfei's essence, qi, and spirit rose rapidly, stabilizing his injuries. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Although he was untainted by the flames of the mortal world, he was extremely powerful. His right hand was the flying immortal art, while his left hand was the 10,000 transformation saint art. One for offense and one for defense, it was almost like a dream. This was the ultimate art of an ancient emperor, created specifically to counter the 9 secrets. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them engaged in a great battle. Yi Fan stepped out, and the heavenly runes under his feet interweaved into a great Dao net. It transformed into Yi Fan's immortal wings and slashed over. Hua Yunfei turned and left immediately. He shouted, "I'll wait for you at the front and truly fight with you. I'll choose a place with no draconic qi and fight to the death. Let's see if ruthless inheritance will shock the world or if you are superior. Where do you think you're going?" On the other side, Ji Ziyue actually gained the upper hand. She was as ethereal as a fairy from the 9 heavens, chasing after Li Xiaoman. This caused Pang Bo to sweat profusely. Boom! In the distance, the divine might of the extreme Tao covered the mortal world. This small world was about to be destroyed. An ancient diagram flapped in the air, emitting rumbling sounds. It was like the surging river of time had traversed through the ages. Jiuli diagram. Amidst the intense battle, an emperor weapon appeared. The diagram on it was extremely mysterious. Because it was engulfed by primal chaos, a supreme emperor's might permeated the air, intimidating everyone. It was unknown how many experts knelt down. This wasn't voluntary, it was because they were submitting to the aura of an ancient emperor. "Human, if you guys dare to use your emperor weapons, don't blame us for being impolite. We'll destroy this place cleanly." The voices of the few supreme royal races were cold. The aura of ancient emperors rapidly gushed out. Clearly, they were wielding ancient sovereign weapons. This was a calamitous outcome. If the weapons collided, the majority of the people here would die because it wasn't as simple as 1 or 2 weapons. Once an explosion occurred, no one could predict the consequences. Not to mention this small world, even the central prefecture would most likely be destroyed. To the various living beings in this world, this was an unbearable burden. Let's all rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets their hands on the emperor weapons first will get it. A mysterious old Daoist shouted. His innate astral sound caused everyone's ears to buzz. Half-saint. He was actually a half-saint, just like Qi Luo. His strength was unfathomable, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows in shock. His innate astral sound was very effective. The various sects weren't afraid of him, but rather, they were truly afraid that this place would be destroyed. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything and would even be lingering between life and death. The emperors might gradually suppress down. All sorts of battles began to intensify again. Blood flowed from each of the ancient temples as bones shattered. Hua Yunfei, didn't you want to fight to the death with me? Right here, right at this moment. Yi Fan's voice shook the 81 ancient temples, causing them to tremble violently. Swish! Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered in the wind. He was like an ancient immortal as he flew above an ancient temple. On the other side, Li Xiaoman did the same as well. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue flew together and landed on the opposite side. Both sides faced each other as a powerful aura gushed out from them. This battle was destined to be engraved in the history of the cultivation world. The inheritance of Ruthless had reappeared. Would it be a battle of destiny or a sad song? Everything would be revealed in this life and death battle. Chapter 9:16. The last layer of the small world had a total of 81 palaces. Now, Yi Fan and the others stood on the ridge of the building and could overlook the entire place. Haze and multicolored light swirled about, and the temples were grand and overflowing with light and color. If I had a choice, I would rather not leave Taixien, where I was born and raised, and not step into the world of cultivation. I would rather be a simple and happy musical attendant and wander around the small bridge and the flowing water, Hua Yunfei muttered to himself softly. He was in a trance. Walk your own path. Everything is your choice. There is no need to pretend before a life and death battle. Yi Fan formed the true dragon seal and attacked. A true dragon leapt out from the tip of his finger. Its green scales flickered, its body powerful and powerful. There were powerful fluctuations of life within its eyes. Its eyes were full of spirit, glistening brilliantly. When the dragon cry sounded, the winds and clouds scattered, the 9 heavens rumbling. If I don't have a choice in life, how sad would that be? I can only passively walk forward. Hua Yunfei was disappointed and frustrated. However, he quickly calmed down and made his move. 5-colored divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger. His 5 fingers suppressed the heavens and earth. The battle between the two began. Divine radiance surged, strand by strand, streak by streak, surging in all directions. Great killing techniques rose together, clouds rising and multicolored light shooting out, immortal light brilliant. Hua Yunfei's offense and defense were very perfect. There were no flaws at all. This was the secret art of Great Emperor Ruthless. He was the most outstanding Great Emperor since the ancient times. He wanted to use his own strength and talent to look down on all the past and present. He wanted to go against the crystallization of the wisdom of all the predecessors of Taoism, the 9 secrets. Of course, there were also people who said that each of the 9 secrets was created by a celestial being of Taoism. Their realms were unfathomable, and it was said that they were ancient people who had passed away long ago. Meanwhile, the ruthless person only had herself. She opposed them with equal harshness, creating 9 related secret techniques. She wanted to compete with the entire Daoist sect alone. Her secret arts were used to fight against each of the 9 secrets. Some people speculated that she had encountered 9 world-shaking masters who had practiced the 9 secrets and had been greatly inspired. There were also people who said that she had created her own unique 9 secret arts because she had fought against 9 peerless and invincible experts from the 9 ancient stars alone. Fairy Ascension Force. This was an unparalleled attack. It was a peerless secret technique created by Ruthless the Great to counter the fighting formula. No one knew what kind of opponent she had encountered to create this technique. Yi Fan used the pure Daoist Do secret word to resist. With a wave of his hands, a majestic saint furnace appeared. Scarlet multicolored light curled around the eternal universe furnace, its brilliance reaching tens of thousands of feet as it suppressed downwards. 10,000 transformations sacred art, break all laws. Hua Yunfei shouted loudly. Ripples appeared on his left hand, melting time and destroying space. They surrounded the entire furnace, wanting to swallow it up. Boom! An ancient mirror appeared in Yi Fan's right hand. It transformed into the Void Emperor mirror and shone with an immortal divine radiance. It locked Hua Yunfei's entire left arm in place. At the same time, the eternal universe furnace in his right hand also rushed into the heavens with scarlet multicolored light. Immortal flames flourished, roiling and boiling, smashing downwards. There was extreme divine might flickering about. Bang! Both of them trembled violently as blood splashed everywhere. It was unknown whose blood it was. They turned into two illusory figures and began a world-shocking battle. They were incomparably brave and courageous as they pressed forward. This was a battle to decide life and death. They did not hold anything back and attacked with all their strength. Even if their eyes were not red from killing, they were close to it. The Fairy Ascension Art, 10,000 Transformations Sacred Art, Fighting Formula, Army Formula, and other peerless secret techniques complemented each other as they fought with true fire. The two of them flew past Palace Hall after Palace Hall, turning into two rays of light that tangled together. The battle reached its climax. Hua Yunfei carried a divine diagram on his back that fluttered in the wind. Dragon Sealing Diagram. This was a treasure he had found in a dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains of the Central Province. It was a relic of the third-generation Yuan Taoist master who had left for the Central Province. It could seal the dragon qi of the mountains, rivers, and veins, making it impossible for anyone to draw it out. An ominous event happened to the third-generation Yuan Taoist master in his later years. He hid in the Qinling Mountains and died in the dragon cave. 70,000 years later, his corpse came out to create chaos and was destroyed by a strand of the Azure Thearka's killing intent. It was not that he was not strong enough. It was because the ancient emperors were too terrifying. Otherwise, it would be hard for anyone in the world to deal with him. Naturally, the treasure diagram he refined was incomparably mysterious. The dragon qi of the earth was sealed. Yi Fan's origin heaven rune channel could not be used effectively. This destroyed his advantage. The two of them moved like rabbits and swooped down like falcons. They fought intensely and entered the ancient temple from the top of the palace hall. Time was pressing. Yi Fan did not want to waste too much time. He had to find the scripture depository before the others. Otherwise, if the secret of his star-traversing star domain was known by others, he would be in big trouble. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Heaven and earth were split apart. Primal chaos surged and 6 ancient universes appeared. The sun, moon, and stars rotated. His pair of golden fists shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything in their way. PFFF. Hua Yunfei spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his blue clothes red. However, the battle intent in his eyes grew even more intense. The divine chains of order around his body rang and transformed into the divine wings of a phoenix. They slashed out horizontally and vertically, emitting boundless radiance. This was a dangerous battle. Hua Yunfei was no longer the same as before. Back then, he was already able to contend against Yi Fan. Now, he had devoured all kinds of origin energy and even dug out the great tomb of a saint. He was even more terrifying now. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring demonic art was too profound. He had only grasped 3 or 4 of the forbidden secret arts on the last page. It was so difficult that he could not display them one by one. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, it was already extremely terrifying. Many living fossils felt their hearts palpitating. This was also the reason why the world was panic-stricken when the inheritor of the vicious appeared. He was simply too unrivaled. They slaughtered their way from one palace hall to another. They fought until the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their radiance. All kinds of immortal light and divine clouds surged, shaking the entire small world. Even the ancient cave that led to the depths of the number 1 ancestral vein in the central prefecture was cracking and emitting a demonic radiance. It rumbled unceasingly as strands of Tao light rushed out. Pang! Yifan spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The power of the flying deity was one of the few secret arts that could harm him. It was rumored that when the vicious used it, he was a true flying deity. That had long surpassed the scope of human strength. It was not something that a human could resist. Some people guessed that it was used to kill deities. Pooh! Hua Yunfei's injuries were even more severe. He was sent flying by Yifan's palm that was like a golden millstone. Even though it was just a graze, the bones in his body crackled. More than 10 of them were broken, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was originally a graceful and otherworldly person. He rarely suffered such injuries, especially during these 12 years. Whenever the inheritor of the vicious was mentioned, the world's expression would change. Now that he was facing Yifan again, he suffered greatly. Yifan, your road ahead is not going to be easy. Someone has been eyeing you for a long time. Hua Yunfei was laughing, but it was somewhat miserable. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth, giving people a strange feeling. Saying all this is useless. Today, we will fight to the death. There is no need to worry about anything else. Yifan opened and closed his arms. He let out a long roar, shocking everyone in the small world. The golden blood chi of the human race's sacred body was especially special. It was like a celestial furnace that had existed since ancient times and was left behind by a deity. The golden blood chi filled the sky and drowned the 81 ancient temples. Yifan's hair was loose, and at this moment, every strand was dancing in the wind. He was like a demonic god as he pressed forward. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was used again. It was extremely masculine, and this kind of arcane technique was most suitable for his physique. Boom! The heaven and earth surged because of him. Essence chi surged violently. If not for the ancient sage's formation, nothing would be left of this place. It would have been razed to the ground and only ashes would have been left. It was also strenuous for Hua Yunfei to circulate the 10,000 transformations sacred art. Even this kind of world-defying technique could not completely resolve it. That was because Yifan had comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to a completely new level. It was not only a confrontation between technique and Tao, but also contained faith and the soul. Hua Yunfei, have you come to die today? You have other thoughts in your heart, and you still want to fight against me? You do not have a shred of hope to live. Yifan shouted loudly. Even though golden blood was also flowing out of Yifan's mouth, this mortal enemy was even more serious than him. If not for the miraculous phoenix tribulation regeneration technique, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The two of them fought a great battle, and blood splattered everywhere. They charged into one ancient temple after another. Yifan searched for the scripture pavilion as he fought. This mortal enemy was truly even more terrifying now. He could swallow kings and saints, and now his physique was very special. Pang Bo and the large black dog were also engaged in a fierce battle with someone. However, they still had trump cards that they had not used yet, especially the Black Emperor. He was smiling sinisterly, and had not used his killing move yet. Meanwhile, Qi Luo and that half-saint disappeared at the same time. They began hunting and counter-hunting. Occasionally, terrifying ripples would be emitted in the void. The most astonishing thing was Ji Ziyue. She was battling Li Xiaoman, and she displayed astonishing strength. She clashed back and forth with 365 golden divine spirits, and was not at a disadvantage. Hua Yunfei was injured again, and the blood he spat out almost dyed half of his body red. His eyes were very cold, and he was close to going crazy. The great Tao precious bottle above his head descended, and combined with the celestial ascension power. He continuously used a wondrous technique. With a single thought, flowers bloom, a sovereign descends, the celestial ascension power surged out, and more pure white flowers bloomed one after another. The petals were sparkling and translucent, and as they floated down, every petal emitted a Tao cry. This place was pierced through by all kinds of divine chains of order, and was completely submerged. Voila! The divine chains seemed like they were real, and they interweaved one after another. They were crimson like blood, sky blue like crystal. They shone with a myriad of colors, and every single one of them was different. They were resplendent and intimidating. PFFF. Yifan evaded hundreds and thousands of them, and finally, one of them pierced through his chest. Even the human race's divine physique was severely injured, and one could imagine how terrifying Vicious' secret technique was. A strand of golden blood shot out from his chest. Yifan's eyes immediately turned cold, and he retracted all his thoughts. He no longer paid attention to the ancient temple and scripture depository, and used all his strength to kill Hua Yunfei. He let out a clear whistle, and his thick black hair was in a mess. Behind him, there were a total of 81 golden waterfalls that went against the sky. Each of them was as thick as the heavenly river, and they surged upwards. Especially the one in the middle. It rushed out from the top of his head, and it pierced through the entire small world. Its magic power was like the vast ocean, and it severed all the divine chains of order. Yifan used the battle saint technique with his left hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist with his right. He was incomparably ferocious and tyrannical. Even his pupils were inverted, and behind him, golden rivers surged upwards, crushing everything in their way. Boom! In the midst of the sky-shattering sound, Hua Yunfei retreated, and each step he took left a bloody footprint. A crack appeared on his forehead, and then it spread out like a spider web, all the way to his chest, and finally, his sternum exploded. He flew out horizontally, and while coughing out blood, he laughed. The divine physique is indeed worthy of its reputation. However, you are also the prey of others. With your current mental state, you will definitely die if you fight me today. Yifan's secret technique appeared, and his entire body shone with a golden light like an immortal flame. The golden flames burned fiercely, and the bones in his body crackled as his injuries healed. I don't want to be someone else's shadow. Today, either you die, or I die. If I succeed, I will head to the other side of the starry sky, and one day, I will return with glory and kill my way back. Hua Yunfei circulated the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique, and his body rapidly healed. What are you talking about? Yifan coldly walked forward, and he was fearless. Among those of the same generation, he was not afraid of anyone. The vicious bloodline is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Today, you are only the prey. Are you trying to reveal something to me? Yifan asked. I'm just unwilling to become someone else's chess piece. Today, I, Hua Yunfei, will kill my way out for a future that truly belongs to me. His temperament changed, and he was incomparably resolute. Chapter 9:17. Inside the temple, pure white flowers were blooming one after another. Every single one of them was stained with blood, the sweet fragrance cold as it scattered into every corner. This was the sound of Dao flowers trembling. Hua Yunfei fought against Yifan, using all sorts of techniques. One was like an immortal descending from the heavens, while the other was surging with battle chi, like a god rising from the ashes. A path that he could not decide for himself. A pitiful future. A chess piece in someone else's game. Was this Hua Yunfei's life? Yifan did not know, and it was hard for him to understand the details. Right now, he could only fight to the death. Perhaps it was just as Li Xiaoman said, this was the end of a predestined battle. Pop! Bright multicolored blood and golden blood bloomed together. The two kinds of blood stuck together, beautiful and breathtaking. One after another, they sprinkled in the air. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. This was a battle of life and death. If one took a step back, they would fall into hell, but if they took a step forward, they would live even more vividly. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness, fighting endlessly. All kinds of light danced about. Yi Fan fought while bathed in blood. His bravery was unstoppable, but his opponent's essence energy had also risen to the pinnacle. It wasn't that easy to kill him. The demonic art of devouring the heavens was a world-defying cultivation technique. It absorbed a portion of the ancient sage's source energy and made it his own. This was something that defied common sense. Now, Hua Yunfei was in an extremely dangerous situation. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a huge golden millstone. There were many mysterious patterns on it, causing the heavens to split and the earth to shatter. As for Hua Yunfei, he was agile and clear. His hands continuously moved about, shooting out strands of clear light and continuously dispelling the attacks. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying immortal sword appeared in Yi Fan's right hand. It was shaped like a great dragon. The head was the front, the body was the dragon blade, and the tail was the hilt. Tai Sovereign Sword. He raised his right hand high up and slashed down diagonally. Strand after strand of chaotic energy seeped out along the sharp edge of the sword. Clear splendor flowed in the tens of thousands of strands, possessing the power of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Hua Yunfei was like a banished immortal. 5-colored immortal light flowed around him as he flew gracefully. His clothes fluttered in the wind as if he wanted to soar into the 9 heavens. However, the Tai Sovereign Sword that Yi Fan had conjured with the fighting formula had locked onto him. The dragon scales on the body of the sword grew in reverse, making it look almost like a real sovereign weapon. Every scale was glowing and intertwining with each other. Clang! Tens of thousands of strands of killing intent merged into one, turning into an eternal light and a huge dragon. It emerged from the Tai Sovereign Sword and shot towards Hua Yunfei's chest, accompanied by boundless primal chaos. It was a miraculous sight. It was as though a true dragon had descended from the 9 heavens. The Tai Sovereign Sword shot out a beam of dragon light that was indestructible and difficult to dodge. All sorts of lights flashed around Hua Yunfei's body, but they were all destroyed. Precious weapons flew out one after another, but they were all turned to dust. The Tai Sovereign Sword was unparalleled in the world, and it was known as the #1 offensive immortal weapon in the Central Plains. There were no other weapons that could compare to it. Before it even touched Hua Yunfei's body, it had almost severed his shoulder, and a horrifying wound had appeared. Yi Fan's pupils were like 2 divine lamps, shining brightly. He pushed his cultivation and arcane energy to the limit, spat out a mouthful of innate chi of origin and sent it into the dragon sword. This was an extreme attack. Hua Yunfei resisted with all his might, but in the end, he still couldn't block it. The art of 10,000 transformations could turn all miraculous things into decay, but the current Yi Fan was too powerful. PFFF. A horrifying wound suddenly appeared, extending from his left shoulder all the way to his right abdomen. Blood spurted out like a fountain, gurgling and splashing everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The upper half of Hua Yunfei's body flew out, and his shoulder was severed. His lower body also spasmed, scattering 5-colored blood all over the ground of the ancient temple and falling into the dust. Yi Fan wanted to follow up with another attack, but a pitch-black vase suddenly appeared and smashed into his arms. Then, countless strands of black light instantly exploded. Great Tao Aquarius. This was an attack of cultivation and an explosion of arcane energy. It was filled with destruction, and the impact was extremely great. Even those at the Dao Severing realm would find it hard to survive if they were hit by it. Crack! Yi Fan's arms were broken, and his sternum exploded. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in his chest. The front and back of his body were exposed, and his injuries were frightening. He destroyed the great Dao precious vase. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, he was even more ruthless to himself. This was the pain of having his bones broken. Although he could regenerate, his vitality was greatly damaged. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Neither of them attacked again, and both of them quickly retreated. One used the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, and the other used the incomplete, swordsman, character to recover their injured bodies. In such a desperate battle, if they didn't have the corresponding healing scripture to quickly recover their bodies, they would inevitably show signs of weakness and defeat, falling into a disadvantageous position and dying. One was reborn from the flames, and 5-colored divine light circulated around him like a phoenix. The other also had divine chains of the great Tao winding around his body, interweaving into strands of life radiance. They opened their eyes at almost the same time and attacked again. They were decisive, and all of them were killing moves, not holding back at all. Flying deity incantation. Hua Yunfei moved again. It was the same stance, but his aura was greatly different. This time, the secret technique he used was terrifying and unfathomable. The great Tao precious vase turned into tens of thousands of strands of black light and shot into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, a vase imprint flickered between his brows. Hong! Raging waves rushed out from the space between his eyebrows, coordinating with his stance and continuously evolving. The celestial light that shot out from the space between his eyebrows was like a torrential river that surged over violently. The radiance was boundless, and Yi Fan was sent flying. This was the sublimation of all of Hua Yunfei's energy. It rushed out from the space between his eyebrows, and its divine might was unstoppable. However, the most shocking thing was that all of the divine splendor quickly gathered together, forming a new Hua Yunfei. Endless multicolored light lingered around him, and it was extremely dazzling. What was going on? Yi Fan was stunned, and he couldn't immediately understand what was going on. However, he didn't stop and quickly made his move. The multicolored light transformed into a brand new Hua Yunfei. Around him were streaks of clear splendor, and immortal mist filled the air. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality, and there was not a trace of the mortal world's aura. His beauty surpassed that of a woman's. His temperament was elegant, and he was transcendent and extraordinary. Every movement he made seemed like he was about to soar into the sky with the wind. This was the true flying celestial art. Hua Yunfei forcefully used it, and in the past, he didn't use it to its peak. Now, in this life and death battle, he finally used it to its peak, and it displayed the elegance that this technique should have. Multicolored ascension. A new self was formed from the original body, and it would ascend to immortality, forming a divine embryo. The offensive power of this divine embryo was unparalleled. If the great emperor used it, he would be able to slay immortals and gods, destroying all enemies. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be able to contend against him. This was the secret technique created by the ruthless person who shocked the past and present. Yi Fan used the battle saint technique, and he fiercely resisted. Golden blood continuously splashed out, and the two of them fought crazily, opposing each other with equal harshness as they used the battle's secret technique. Since the ruthless great emperor created the flying celestial art specifically for this technique, then he would use this technique to fight. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed in the end. This great battle became more and more intense. The ancient temple was buzzing, and no one could approach. The transformed Hua Yunfei was even more terrifying, and he continuously exchanged blows with Yi Fan. The two of them turned into a ball of light, and they tangled together. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. This was the sublimation of a person's essence, energy, and spirit. He finally understood some of the reasons why the ruthless person created the undying heaven art in his later years. It should be related to this technique. A divine embryo was born from an old demonic body, and it was indeed heaven-defying. It turned out that this was already fated when he created the flying celestial art. Yi Fan's left hand formed the void mirror, and he shone it on the eyes of the divine embryo Hua Yunfei. This was fatal, and the worst-case scenario would be blindness. However, Hua Yunfei only released an expanse of immortal light, and his eye sockets became blurry. Wang! The power of the flying celestial, which had looked down on all ages, attacked, and turned into a dazzling light. It collided with the void mirror, and a cracking sound rang out, almost shattering it. Both of their bodies were already covered in terrifying wounds. The divine embryo formed from the power of the flying celestial battled against Yifan. They fought from one palace hall to another, scaring many people away, and no one dared to stop them. Hong! Yifan attacked again, and wherever his divine might went, Hua Yunfei's divine embryo could not stop him. It went straight for his main body, wanting to destroy it. The divine embryo was formed from the immortal light within the precious bottle between Hua Yunfei's eyebrows. As long as Yifan destroyed his main body, he would naturally be able to turn him into nothing. At this time, the divine embryo Hua Yunfei opened his mouth, and the main body was sucked into his body. Yifan exerted force, and his golden primordial spirit rushed out, transforming into himself. He used the flying celestial art, and his primordial spirit used the battle saint technique together to fight against Hua Yunfei. Pfft! Hua Yunfei was very passive. His divine embryo was almost severed, and his main body fell out. The two of them merged together, and they quickly retreated. Yifan chased after him, and all kinds of wondrous techniques flew out. The two of them started a new battle. Yifan, why don't we work together? We can search for that palace hall together, and we can comprehend the secret of traveling through the galaxy together. Finally, we can ascend the five-colored sacrificial altar and have a decisive battle, Hua Yunfei transmitted his voice over. Working together with you is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Yifan directly refused, and his attacks became even more vicious. Everyone had forgotten about the two Yin gods. They were all fighting, barging into the ancient temple, and fighting over the precious treasures. Yifan and Hua Yunfei had already fought for 2,000 rounds, and blood continuously splattered. I found it. This brat has some tricks up his sleeves. It is not the scripture pavilion that we imagined, but rather a starry sky map. The large black dog transmitted his voice over secretly. He spat out a beam of light from his mouth, and a small-scale killing formation flew out, killing his opponent. He then stretched out a pair of large claws and started to pry open the door. The black dog called out, and said, "Come over quickly, there really seems to be a broken cauldron in the central palace hall, and there is also the feather celestial scripture. While the elites are all over there, let's quickly study the profound mysteries of this place thoroughly." Pang Bo also killed his opponent, and rushed over. Yifan and Ji Ziyue also fought as they advanced. With a rumble, the door was opened, and pieces of starry sky maps appeared in this palace hall. They flowed with clear radiance, and they were like three-dimensional maps. They were incredibly deep, and every star was flickering with light. However, Hua Yunfei blocked Yifan, and opened up a screen of light in the distance. This battle concerned his future, and it was a matter of life and death. Pop! Yifan turned around and attacked, but he did not really leave. He turned around and took the initiative to attack back, saying, "Before I leave, we should settle this." Boom! Suddenly, a wisp of imperial might appeared, and it swept forward. A world-shocking killing intent appeared, causing everyone near and far in this palace hall to be shocked, and they were all horrified. This was a wisp of black light, and it vaguely took the form of a dragon. It looked like it was about to swallow Yifan up. With such might, even a king tier of the Severing Dao would have to die with a grievance. However, Yifan did not show any fear, as if he had already expected all this. He did not show any astonishment. On the other side, another streak of black light flickered, and rushed over. That was the aura of the heaven-devouring demonic jar, and it protected him. "Is this the hunter you spoke of?" Yifan's expression was cold. "He has come, and he has walked onto the stage. My path has come to an end." Hua Yunfei muttered to himself softly.